Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this meeting of Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council's Audit and Governance Committee. A warm welcome to members of the committee and any substitute members. Welcome also to the officers and to members of the public, both those present in the room and those who may be joining the meeting by the live stream. If I could now ask Mr. Hampton from Democratic Services to deal with the housekeeping arrangements and then to follow that by items 1, 2 and 3 on the agenda. That's apologies, substitute members and declarations of interests. Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening. Please note that this meeting of the Audit and Governance Committee is being recorded by the Council and will be published on the Council's website for a minimum of 6 months. Any councillors or officers who are not in the room and are wishing to speak, please use the raise your hand feature and switch on your video when invited to speak. Please could members in the room only speak when invited to by the Chairman and mute their microphones when not speaking. And finally, Chairman, please could members ensure that the background noise is kept to a minimum and that mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to silent during the meeting. Thank you. And then, Chair, moving on to item 1, apologies. I've received apologies from Councillor Brooke, from Councillor Butt and from Councillor Johnson. And then moving on to item 2, Chairman, substitutions. We've received notice that Councillor David Brown will be substituting for Councillor Brooke. Councillor Brown isn't here yet, but no doubt he'll be arriving. And that Councillor Iyengar is substituting for Councillor Butt. And then, Chairman, moving on to item 3, and I invite any members with any declarations of interest to make them now.
Councillor Cox.
I should report the fact that I'm an auditor, and therefore, but I have no interest in the audit of this council. Motion.
So, Mr. Hampton, could you record that interest from Councillor Cox? Nobody else has indicated, so I take it there are no other declarations to be made. Moves us on to item 4 on the agenda, which is confirmation of the minutes of the meeting held last Thursday, the 20th of October 2022. And as you will see on the agenda, it says to follow. Those were sent out by Democratic Services yesterday, along with some other papers relevant to this evening's meeting. Could I have your agreement that those are a true and accurate record of the meeting that took place last Thursday? Councillor Cox.
Beg pardon, I have not had a chance to read those minutes, so I would abstain in that particular meeting.
So in that case, I will go to a vote. All members who were present at that meeting and who agree that they are a true and accurate record, please indicate. Are there any against? And Councillor Cox's abstention, for the reasons he's just stated, needs to be recorded as well. Thank you, Mr. Hampton.
Excuse me, Chair, is it appropriate that I abstain as well, but I was not at the meeting?
Well, I did say all members who were present.
Excuse me.
So I was excluding members who were filling a casual vacancy today. So, but thank you for the point, Councillor Iyengar, just for clarity. That takes us on now to item 5 on the agenda, which is public issues. Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, Chairman. We have a number of public questions and public statements which have been circulated to the committee. But to begin with, we have 3 public questions from Mr. McKinstry, who's stepping forward now to the table to ask his questions, Chairman.
So welcome to the meeting, Mr. McKinstry.
Thank you, Councillor Beasley.
We'll deal with your three questions separately. In other words, if you would ask them in order, and I will respond to each of them in order.
Breaking between each.
Indeed, I think it's easier for people to follow and to comprehend that way. So carry on, Mr. McKinstry.
Okay, so the report for item 8 on tonight's agenda recommends adding a new rule to the Constitution. Putatively, procedural rule 13.4.9, no member of the public may ask more than one question on any individual item of business. What is the rationale behind this recommendation?
This recommendation will be the subject of full and open debate by the Audit and Governance Committee and at the Council meeting in November. The objective of this recommendation, if adopted by the committee, is to ensure that the best possible use is made of the time available within the committee meeting in which to receive public questions.
Okay, question 2. I see from paragraph 43 of the same report that the proposed changes to the Constitution, re public participation at meetings, were discussed at length and there was not a consensus on all the points raised. Can the minutes of these meetings be released, as it would be useful to know which councillors wanted to limit public questions, which councillors wanted acronyms to be part of the word count, and so on and so on.
Discussions at the Constitution Review Working Group are not made available publicly, but the membership of this informal group is made up of 5 members from the Audit and Governance Committee, selected on a broadly cross-party basis. No decisions are made by the working group. The objective of the group is to develop a set of recommendations for full and open discussion and debate at the full committee. The Constitution Review project is following a tight timescale to enable and ensure that any changes are in place in good time for implementation ahead of the elections in May 2023. But members of the working group are unconstrained in how they contribute to the debate, both at the committee and then again at the full council meeting in November.
Okay, final question from me. In the revised draft of Part 3A of the Constitution, also appended to item 8, 2.4 allows the Planning Committee to receive and provide comments on pre-application planning proposals. Can the Constitution also be updated to confirm whether members of the public will be allowed to attend and report on these meetings, and whether these pre-application meetings will be announced on BCP's website or even known about?
This recommendation will also be the subject of full and open debate by the Audit and Governance Committee and at the Council meeting in November. The objective of this recommendation, if adopted by the committee, is to formalise within the Constitution the provisions within the Council's Local Code of Best Practice. If supported by Council, it will then be for the Planning Committee to determine the operational arrangements, although it is understood that the intention would be for these pre-applications to be included as part of the public agenda, and therefore the access to information provisions would apply. So thank you very much indeed, Mr McKinstry, for your 3 questions and for the responses, and I will ask Democratic Services to make sure that my responses this evening are emailed to you accordingly. Thank you for coming. Mr Hampton.
Chairman, we then move on to public statements, and the first of the public statements is also from Mr McKinstry.
So, Mr McKinstry, if you'd like to make your public statement now, please.
Okay. When this council's scrutiny regime was reconfigured back in May, we were told the voice of residents would come shining through in consequence. Limiting public questions, as proposed under item 8, would achieve the exact opposite of this. It would reduce public knowledge, diminish accountability, and probably discourage public participation generally. Why bother attending meetings if you're restricted to one question on a subject you hold dear? Finally, the proposal dilutes a public right following no consultation with that public whatsoever. It is an anti-democratic manoeuvre, and I deplore it utterly.
Thank you very much indeed for your public statement, Mr McKinstry, and thank you very much for attending this meeting of Audit and Governance Committee. Mr Hampton.
Chairman, we then move on to 3 questions submitted by Mr Gattrell, and I'll hand over to the Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chairman. From me, I have 3 public statements from Philip Gattrell. The first is headed Review of Constitution, current section 11.3a, page 223, continuing misstatements in monitoring officers, that's MO's, full reporting duties to all members under sections 5 and 5a, brackets S and S5a, of the Local Government and Housing Act 1989 regarding contraventions of law and events of maladministration. And the statement goes on to say, S5 and S5A clearly legislate each member be informed of maladministration and actual and potential contraventions of law. Contrary to S5 and S5A, the Constitution wrongly omits reporting of actual contraventions to all members. Similarly, regarding S5A and maladministration and potential contraventions arising from executive functions, the Constitution wrongly states they are reported only to the executive, comprising leader and cabinet, not to all members. The MO declines corrections on the invalid grounds of interpretation, and not all legislation can be included in the Constitution, although few extra words are necessary. To ensure transparent governance and accountability, I trust the committee immediately recommends this fundamental law be correctly stated. And Chair, if I may, I would like to make a brief statement in response, particularly as the statement includes some criticisms of the monitoring officer and her
Chief
actions.
Executive, you asked me whether that would be permissible, and I agreed to you doing so from the Chair. So, Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chair. The statement I want to make to the committee is that Ms Susan Zeiss, the Council's monitoring officer, has responded to Mr Gattrell in very clear terms, saying that her duty and obligation is to advise the Council and support councillors on matters of governance. There has been extensive correspondence, and if she put it at the end that if you believe you have the foundation for a claim against the authority, or indeed any of its officers, then please may I suggest that you bring it formally so that this can be addressed under the Council's policies. I do believe that we should now deal with the matter as appropriate rather than continue to have public statements including accusations of wrongful action by the monitoring officer. And Chairman, I know that you have also written to Mr Gattrell referring him to Ms Zeiss's email, and I would ask that he follows that advice now and decides whether there is actually a contravention or not.
Thank you. And just for the avoidance of doubt, I copied all members of the Audit and Governance Committee on my response to Mr Gattrell so that they were aware of what I was doing on behalf of the committee at the time. So, Chief Executive, I think you're going to read out public statements 2 and 3, and I don't believe there are any further comments that you've asked if you can make, and I'm certainly not prepared to take any further than I've already done. Chief Executive.
Thank you, Chair. This is public statement number 2, headed Review of Constitution, observations on proposed changes to Constitution with reference to revised sections 24 and 25 on pages 416 to 417 relating to members' rights to information in local authorities, brackets, executive arrangements, close brackets, open brackets, meetings and access to information, close brackets, brackets, England, regulations 2012. And the statement is, following my correspondence concerning the previously withheld KPMG reports, it is noted that the above sections are to be revised by, for instance, unifying the cross-references to clarify members' statutory rights to inspect documents in the course of their functions. Further review must be undertaken to remove remaining inaccuracies. For example, 25.1, delete, open quotes, it contains confidential or exempt information or, close quotes, as this exclusion does not comply with the 2012 regulations, and insert, instead, the exclusion for, open quotes, draft, close quotes, as opposed to final, documents. And 25.2, delete entirely as redundant and also contextually incorrect with this section's reference to restriction for, open quotes, any key decision, close quotes. That's the second statement. And the third statement, Chair, is headed Review of Constitution, revised section 13, page 442 at C, concerning the proposed further restrictions on public participation at council meetings resulting in a subversion of democratic processes to the detriment of transparency, accountability and catalysts for improvements in governance and performance. The statement reads, impacts for this committee's consideration, public questions and statements for committees are limited to agenda-specific items following changes in 2020, entailing, regardless of urgent subject matter and committee relevance, issues may not be raised when necessary, a position compounded by uncertainties regarding future agenda eligibility and potential long hiatuses between meetings. Third point, proposed changes for committee meetings exacerbate this. For example, stricter definitions of the already constraining 100 permitted words, an individual's limit of one question and one statement per meeting, no public awareness of issues if an individual is unable to attend a meeting but does not have a nominated speaker attending instead. That's the end of the statement.
Thank you very much indeed, Chief Executive. Councillor Cox.
You relayed a statement from the Chief Executive, and that just it's not a statement, it's just a recommendation that the second point that Mr. Gattrell has pointed out is a fair point as far as I'm concerned, and needs to be discussed at the next Constitutional Review Group meeting, and therefore can it be noted and put onto the agenda for the next meeting.
The reason I allowed the Chief Executive to make a short statement, which is very unusual when it's a may I finish please, Councillor Cox, was twofold. One is that both the monitoring officer and I, as Chair of Audit and Governance, have written to Mr. Gattrell and suggested to him he has a complaint to make, that he does it through the proper channels. You'll be aware of the one from me because I copied you and all members of this committee. The second is that the question, which has repeated allegations about the monitoring officer on a number of occasions, it seemed appropriate that as the head of paid service, the Chief Executive needs to make a point with regard to a member of staff of this authority. And it is only right and proper that that should occur. It was also, I think, correct that it wasn't a series of questions statements read out by Democratic Services, but again by the Chief Executive, because they are in the hierarchy of the organisation. She is their senior officer. So I don't want us to get into a position of conflict over this. And it's really important that we don't. It's not for me to determine whether or not the Constitutional Review Steering Working Group accepts an item or not. And I haven't been given advance notice of it before this evening from you. It's something I'd want to discuss with the chair of that working group first, before jumping in live in a meeting. And I'd want to take some advice about, because I think these issues are in danger of getting out of control. And so for those reasons, certainly I will be happy to consider it with the Vice Chairman and with the advice of officers, but I'm not going to make a decision on that this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but I just wanted to state that I have no problem with the Chief Executive making a statement at all, and that was absolutely fine. My recommendation was that we just take account of that second proposal in his statement, and that we should look at it. That's all I'm asking for, and I think you've actually said you would do, so that's fine.
Well, I'm not the chairman of the Constitutional Review Working Group. Councillor Fear is, and he may wish to respond.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think what you're proposing is something that we can take away, have a discussion, and see if we can. Obviously, I'd like to take advice as well. And yeah, let's see if we can find some way of accommodating this if we can. But yeah, I want to see the skin of the game first on this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, Chairman. We have one more public statement, and the questioner has nominated Mr. McKinstry to read out the public statement on his behalf.
Mr. McKinstry.
Okay, I didn't contribute to the statement in any way, by the way, Councillor Beasley. Agenda item 8 proposes changes to the rules around public participation in council meetings. This includes the removal of the right to have an officer deliver a question or statement on someone's behalf. This change would discriminate against workers, carers, and anyone else unable to attend council meetings in person. It would further directly discriminate against disabled and neurodivergent people. I am appalled by this prospect. It's essential that democracy can work for all people, not just a few. That includes the ability of people to question their leaders. I therefore urge councillors to reverse this inexcusable act.
So, members, that takes us on to item 6 on the agenda, which is the external auditor, audit progress and sector update. We have Peter Barber, who's partner in Grant Thornton, our external auditors, on the screen in front of us this evening. And I'll pass over to you, Mr. Barber, to introduce and explain the report, please, and then, no doubt, as usual, take questions from members. Mr. Barber.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, committee. I'm joined today by my colleague, Mark Bartlett, who is taking over as the External Audit Manager, replacing Sam Harding with effect from 21-22. I will let Mark introduce himself at the next item on the agenda, which is item 7, when he talks you through the audit plan for 21-22. But before I do that, I will take you through item 6, which is our normal progress report for 21-22. But it actually does set out the current position in respect to both financial years 2021 as well as 21-22. If I take it chronologically, I'll start with 2021, where the position as of last week is set out on page 14 of your papers. A number of these areas will be familiar to members of the committee. If I start with the opinion audit, you will see that the two main areas that are outstanding remain infrastructure and the IS 19 pensions liability. As set out in the document, infrastructure, the latest intelligence is that a solution is due to be presented and put forward by SIPFA at the end of November. And hopefully, subject to government approval, that will be signed off in late December. So in reality, this does mean, unfortunately, that we will not be in a position to issue our opinion before Christmas, but we very much hope that the infrastructure issue can be resolved shortly afterwards, subject to the detail within that solution. In terms of the IS 19 pension liability, there has been some progress. We have received the elusive letter from the auditors of Dorset Pension Fund. So that came through on the 10th of this month. Ironically, at the time of receiving that letter, literally the same day, another audit supplier within local government raised an issue with the other firms, including ourselves, about a criticism they'd received from the regulator in relation to work they'd done in relation to pensions at another council. The issue was around assurances over the independence of the custodian in the main, and that has resulted in all suppliers, including Grant Thornton, revising the coverage of letters we send out to pension fund auditors. And on the back of that, we have issued a marginally updated letter back from Deloitte, but do not envisage that being much additional work on their part, and they are expecting it. However, we have now, and actually since drafting this progress report, we have now actually had a chance to look at the detail within that letter that came through on the 10th of October. Deloitte are raising a number of issues in their letter that we believe will impact on your accounts and our audit for 2021. Probably the most significant of those is an error that they've identified in Dorset Pension Fund's accounts, particularly in relation to the carrying value of the investments held within the fund. And we do, based on some rough calculations, believe that that does have a material impact on your IS 19 disclosure in the bottom half of your balance sheet. Actually, we believe that it will improve your position and slightly reduce your IS 19 liability. As I said, it's calculations we've done, and then obviously not our accounts, but we do estimate that that would probably be in the region of £13 to £14 million reduction in that liability figure. But clearly, it is something for you to consider and come back to us with a revised figure based on this information that no doubt will involve liaising with the pension fund and possibly the actuary, and coming up with a revised figure that we can then check for validity. This has been raised with finance officers and they are considering their position and proceeding accordingly. I suspect it won't be just you that's affected by this, possibly Dorset Council as well, may be impacted as well due to the same issue. So there is progress in there, but there is still more work to do that we would very much look to conclude as soon as practically possible. Just in terms of other areas that I want to bring to the attention of the committee, you'll see also on page 14, I make reference to an objection. So you will see that I've now concluded on my consideration of an objection that we actually received last year, once we received the draft 2021 statements. Although I have dismissed the request from the objector for a public interest report, the objector did make a large number of observations in respect to the draft 2021 accounts, and for that matter previous year's accounts, and actually in relation to the predecessor authorities' accounts as well. Clearly I've only considered those observations in relation to 2021. They've been considered as part of the audit process we've gone through over the last year, and those issues have resulted in a number of changes to the revised set of accounts that we've agreed with officers. Having received that one objection and dealt with it this month, I did actually again this month receive a separate objection in respect also to an item of account in relation to 21 statements, which I've also responded to last week. I've dismissed it as not a valid objection due to the fact that the letter was received outside of the public inspection period, which took place last year. We have, however, treated that information provided by that individual as a matter brought to our attention and are considering it in respect to our responsibilities under the code. Suffice to say that the item of account is of the region of 330k, so it is absolutely not material to the overall set of accounts and will not delay the completion of the audit once those other issues are resolved. So that's the updated position in relation to the opinion. In terms of the value for money conclusion on the other side of the page, clearly that was discussed at length at this committee meeting last week, and that concludes the VFM responsibilities for the year in question. So probably the only other observation I wanted to make in relation to 2021 was fees. So we do talk about fees on page 16 briefly. You will see there that we are yet to determine the fees that will be incurred for 2021. And this is essentially because the work remains ongoing. Suffice to say that there will be considerable extra time that's been spent across a number of areas in both relation to the opinion and the VFM conclusion for 2021. And this will be reflected in the final fees. But as I said, I will be discussing them in the first instance with the Section 151 officer on completion of the audit before formally reporting via my audit findings report to this committee. So that is the position with regard to 2021. I'm then briefly going to talk about 21-22, recognising, as I said, Mark Bartlett as the new manager will talk you through the plan that you have as the next item on this agenda. Our audit, as I said, obviously is ongoing for 2021, and this continues to impact on your finance team. Just as it's resource intense for us, it continues to be a drag on your finance team in terms of commitments, recognising they are juggling a number of things, including internal monitoring of financial reporting and as well as considering the budget process as you lead up to full council in February for 23-24. So I am conscious that your finance officers are being pulled in a number of directions. And we've been in discussion with the Section 151 officer and finance officers about capacity to support a 21-22 post-statements audit visit, whilst continuing to support us with the 2021 audits. Now, the post-statements period is the most resource intense period for us, and we do commit significant resource to discharging our role, and we have been seeking assurances from BCP finance officers that they will be available to respond to queries and samples. There's been a real big push by your finance officers over the last 3 or 4 weeks to provide us with a large number of working papers that we've requested alongside the draft accounts, and they have been forthcoming, which is great. And on that basis, we have agreed to start the 21-22 post-statements audit. And this week is our first week of the detailed testing. And what we will do is continue to monitor the timeliness of the responses and queries, but do not rule out pulling out of the audit should responses not be coming back in a timely manner. As you're probably aware, we do have a number of other 21-22 audits that are yet to commence. And it is crucial that we are prioritising those that are ready to receive our queries. So what we will commit to do is to ensure that we keep this committee updated, but clearly we're all on the same page in terms of wanting to get 21-22 underway and proceeding as quickly as possible. So, Chair, I'm probably going to stop there in relation to the progress report, but I'm happy to take any questions on the detail.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Barber. Just before we do take questions, I thought I should just update the committee on the first part of your report to us this evening. That's with regard to the 2020-21 audit. And as I had explained to members of the committee previously, I and our officers would use every endeavour to try to engage with Dorset Council and their external auditors, Deloitte. Just to tell members of the committee that we met together with yourself, Dorset officers and Deloitte, together with Adam Richards, our Chief Financial Officer, on the 20th of September, out of which later came the response that you've explained to us this evening. Just wanted the committee to know there had been that level of engagement, because I know that that reflects the concerns that all members of this committee have had over the delays, part of which was caused by the Dorset County Pension Fund, whose administrator, of course, is Dorset Council with their own external auditors. So, for clarification, we've moved that one along. It's welcome that you are beginning that preliminary work on our 2021-22 audit, because there is a lot of time to catch up once these other infrastructure issues have been dealt with, and you're able then to complete your work. So members, particularly those who are filling casual vacancies tonight, may not be completely aware of that. Thought I should update you all. So members, questions for Mr. Barber, Grant Thornton. Councillor Cox.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Can I start actually by asking Mr. Barber to send Sam Harding our thanks, because she's always been a member of the audit team as long as I've been here, and probably before that, I suspect. So just to ask her to send us thanks for the work she has done on our behalf. In respect of I'm confused about the letter which you've had to reissue to do with the Deloitte's audit. With this matter with Deloitte's has been going on for quite some time, and well, over probably about a year. And it seems as though you've only now just gone and reissued a letter which presumably you sent quite some time before. So I just wanted to understand why that had to be reissued. Was there a mistake in the original letter? And that's one question. The other question was to do with the error that had been found in the Deloitte's the pension scheme, and I think you said 30 to 40 million pound uplift in the valuations. Was that BCP only? And if it wasn't, if it was, then that's fine. But presumably there will be an even bigger error. And whose error was it? Was it the Deloitte error? Was it the investment managers? It's basically whose error was it? In terms of the letter of objections that you've received, do we get sight of those letters and also your letter back to them? You seem to be implying, in terms of the way you dealt with it, that a number of the issues that were raised in that letter of objection, or those letter of objections, I'm not quite sure how many there were, that there were some issues that you've taken account of. So those letters were correct, and therefore we've made adjustments to the accounts as a result of those letters. I'd quite like to understand that. You've also mentioned, as another point, the value for money. You're delaying the value for money audit for the next year, and given what we heard at the last meeting, and given the appalling news that you had to deliver for this authority last time about our financial sustainability, I can't understand why we're delaying on that. If it was that bad, why are we delaying? Why are we not having it done sooner rather than later? Because I personally would like an urgent update on the matters that you expressed last week, and a delay. Shall we say? Some people might think there's an ulterior motive for the delay, a political motive perhaps, but I wouldn't say that, of course. But maybe some people would. So anyway, that's enough questions.
So, Mr. Barber, there are 4 questions there from Councillor Cox. I think we'll spend a little bit of time on them. If I could just comment on the 4th of those questions, it came as a surprise to me when I read that actually it was going to be delayed. That is the value for money report 2021-22, because that can be pushed forward, if you like, almost independently of your other audit work, which is being delayed for other reasons. And I wasn't clear either as to why that might be. I think I'm clear, though, in my own mind that that is not for a political reason, because I was totally unaware of it until I read your letter to me as chair of our Audit and Governance Committee. So you might want to expand on that, and then maybe Councillor Cox or myself might want to come back. So could you deal with the 4 questions that Councillor Cox has raised, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And before I do so, thank you, Councillor Cox, for your observation regarding Sam Harding. I will pass that on, but I think you probably will be seeing her one final time when we do come to present the audit findings report for 2021. She will be in attendance one final time, given her role in relation to that particular year's audit. So I've made a note of the 4 questions, so I'll try to do it in the order you raised them. In terms of the reissuing of the IS19 letter, so there wasn't any mistake in the original letter. It's a standard letter that is used across all the firms within local government to communicate with the auditor of the pension fund. As I explained in my introduction, clearly when concerns are raised by the regulator following quality review of files, any issues that are raised in respect to the work by any firm, and this wasn't Grant Thornton, this was another firm within the market, there are discussions held with the other firms to ensure that to see if there's any common learning. This happened literally in the last 3 or 4 weeks in relation to a recent inspection elsewhere, and a view taken by all the firms that this should be added to the letter going forward for all open IS19 requests. So all auditors of all firms are reissuing these letters across the country. As I said, it was ironic that it was almost to the day that we got the letter from Deloitte that I had to then reissue it. But clearly the recipient, Deloitte, were expecting it because they'd also agreed to that and were doing the same for any IS19 letters they were requesting from other firms within the sector. So it is something that happens really to, where it's learning going forward to ensure that across the board, irrespective of the firm that's auditing the council, the right quality standards are being met. So that's the IS19 reissuing of the letter. In terms of the error, and probably I could have probably explained it a bit better. So the error was identified by Deloitte in relation to the information included within the Dorset Pension Fund accounts produced by Dorset County Council. So Dorset Council as the administering body. Clearly, the administering body will have worked with the custodian and the fund managers to arrive at the carrying value of the investments at year end. Deloitte identified an error where they felt that the pension funds assets were understated. And I'm going to see if I get this right now. I think it was of the tune of £23.5 million. So that was for the full fund. Your share of the fund as BCP is of the order of, once again off the top of my head, 35%. So clearly you can do the maths, and that brings us to a figure of, you know, just I think it worked out at about 9 million. But then in addition to that, when the actuary calculates the IS 19 liability, it does that for each admitted body, including yourself. It identifies your share of the assets and your share of the liabilities. Because it needs to be, the actuary needs to produce that in a timely manner. It doesn't have access to the year-end position that Deloitte have access to within the accounts because they're not ready. So I think the actuary takes month 10 or month 11, makes some assumptions about uplifts and returns, and arrives at a figure for the pension fund at year end. I think they got actually very close. I think they got to within 12 million. So there was a further 12 million understatement by assumption by the actuary, where you've got a share of that as well that equates to about 3 or 4 million. You aggregate them together and then you end up with a figure that's about 13 or 14 million crudely, that we think clearly it's material to your accounts, and therefore this is based on our high level calculation and possibly oversimplified. So what we've said to finance officers is, there are these issues. We think it may well be material, and therefore we would like you to go away, having had regard to these issues that have been identified by Deloitte, and reconsider whether there needs to be a change made to your IS 19 disclosure. The third area in relation to the objection, can you see it? No, we don't release those, but the objection itself was in relation to the it was a concern raised by the objector in relation to the system of control over your asset register, and issues with regard to reconciliations between your assets and the figure in the accounts, and whether that this was of such severity that it warranted a public interest report. I've considered that, having regard to the audit that we've undertaken, and I concluded it wasn't. And that was the nature of the objection in the objector's letter. But the letter also contained significant additional observations based on the draft accounts that were made available in July, August last year, a number of which we have had regard to, discussed with officers, and agreed with them that those were legitimate issues. In some cases, not all of them, in many cases, the issues raised were felt unfounded, and we were comfortable with the existing disclosures, but there were a number that did change as a result of them. None of them were material individually or cumulatively, so even if they hadn't been corrected, they wouldn't have been material to the opinion that we, as I said, hope to give shortly. And then finally, in relation to the value for money reporting, the delay, in my view, is because the VFM work in theory is meant to have been done by the end of November, but I think it's fair to say that the 21-22 VFM work across all councils, none of it will really be done by October, November, the end of November, because firms just don't have the capacity to do it, and they've been prioritising opinion work. So my view is actually what we are committing to do for 21-22 is bring forward the VFM work, because as you will all know, following the meeting last week, we did not conclude our 2021 VFM work until October. What we are now proposing is that we will aim to have the 21-22 VFM report delivered to you by the very latest, and I'm trying to think what it was in the plan now. I think it was, Mark, you might be able to correct me if I'm wrong here. I think we were saying July.
It was July, Pete, yes.
July. But what I would commit to, and what I have discussed with the Section 151 officer, is that we will be continuing to monitor closely developments at the council, particularly in relation to children's services, which you'll recall was one of the areas of concern under the 3 E's, but absolutely also in relation to financial sustainability, because critical to our concerns, I did talk previously about if things don't improve, the potential, and it is potential risk of me needing to issue a statutory recommendation, that will be fundamentally influenced by the budget that is set for 23-24. You are in the process of going through that budget setting process at the moment that will culminate in the budget being approved, hopefully by full council in February. And in between now and February, we will be taking a close interest in the robustness of the assumptions within that hopefully balanced budget for 23-24 and some of the assumptions within the medium-term financial plan. So actually, even though it's a delay letter, and I think it's actually in item 7 on today's papers that Mark will talk you through shortly, we are actually intending to bring forward the VFM reporting. And clearly, as you will understand, we cannot issue a VFM report 1 week and then try to catch up almost instantaneously the following year's audit, because it will not have given you an opportunity as a council to respond to those recommendations. I'll stop there.
Councillor Cox, did you want to come back on any of those responses?
Only that I'm glad you clarified it, because I've written down 30 to 40 million, not 13 to 14 million. So that was a big change.
Correct.
So thank you for that. The value for money delay, I'm not convinced, I have to say, on the basis that we haven't even finished the 2021 audit and we're going on to the 21-22 audit. So I don't see that, if we're managing to overlap those two audits, I don't understand why we can't overlap the value from this. Because, as I said before, I do think it's an important report that you gave last week. It's a sobering one, and I personally would like an urgent update as soon as possible from somebody independent like yourself. But I've got other questions, but I'll leave it to some other people to.
So could I just press you a little further on that point, Mr. Barber, and thank you for writing to me to confirm that was your proposed way forward for the VFM 21-22 report. Is there any interim reporting likely to come, or will we have to wait until July with obviously the speculation that will evolve between the one that you have just released, which you explained at great length last Thursday, and waiting until July with the new council for the following year?
So I think all options, Chair, remain on the table in terms of reporting, depending on what happens, particularly in relation to financial sustainability over the forthcoming months. Clearly, we do have to have regard to things like PERDA, etc., in terms of elections. But we would, if we continue to have concerns, significant concerns about, dare I say, the 23-24 budget, then I would be required to bring that to your attention through an interim report earlier than the full value for money report covering all 3 criteria areas that we are currently proposing to deliver by July at the latest. But clearly, we would want to remain flexible in the reporting timelines depending on developments within the council.
Thank you very much. And just a point of clarification, if I may, out of the pension fund issue, and just to put it into perspective, the 13 million, because it sounds and is a considerable amount of money, on the basis that 35% of Dorset County Pension Fund as the administrating authority is Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, which I think is what you said, on the then valuations, perhaps not so today, that 13 million equates to about 1% of the value of the BCP share, if you like, of the Dorset County Pension Fund. I wouldn't want people to go away thinking it was materially even greater than that. It is 1% of that value because the pension fund would be about, at 35% BCP would be about £1.3 billion, and therefore 13 million is about 1% of that. Would that be correct, Mr. Barber?
Broadly, I mean, interestingly, the pension fund is not going to change. Apparently, I hear from Deloitte that the pension fund are not going to change their accounts because it's not material to the pension fund. So normally pension funds have a 1% materiality, and as you say, Chair, from recollection, the value of the assets held by Dorset Pension Fund is 3-point-something billion. So they will have a materiality of 30-something billion. The £23.5 million error identified by Deloitte is not material to the pension fund accounts, and I understand. I've had it validated that they are not changing their accounts because it's not material to the reader. But clearly, you have a lower materiality threshold than the pension fund, hence the need to go back and quantify exactly what the correct figure should be.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Barber. Councillor Phipps.
Thank you very much. I bring this up because in the report, what is mentioned on paragraph 6 is the Audit and Risk Assurance Committee effectiveness tool, and it's to do with this sector update. So how sad that I had a look at it. And on page 22, it talks about projects and programs, and basically says that they provide insights for deciding if and when risks associated with delivering programs are worth taking and can be managed. So that's what where I'm kind of coming from as a bit of an explanation on that. But it just seems to me that the problem I have, and I don't know if others do, because I'm not an accountant, I'm probably a bit of a novice and try to understand everything and read as much as I can, that what we get put before us in a lot of these reports, they don't seem to actually quantify the financial risks involved, and you have to start searching for information. So, for instance, the transformation programme is where I'm coming back because it's about a programme. If it slips by like 12 months, what will it cost the council? How do you sort of assess the risk? And I think I did put something out I put questions out and I sent them to all of the committee. And this was kind of drawn out a bit in there and mentioned in there. And I'm bringing it up at this point. It's the wrong point. I apologise, but this document is within this report. And I think my question is to the auditor that, do you think that we should, as a committee, actually have information in a format which makes assessment of performance on certain projects and the risk and the performance a lot easier to understand, so we can actually see what is happening at different stages, rather than just everything seems to be bulked together in reports where we've got everything at once, and this is the total of this and the total of that. I think you probably know where I'm coming from the email that I sent round, and I'd just like the auditor's opinion on that, please, because I just think it would be a lot easier for members of this committee if we had some of this information in a lot more, what I call reasonable and sensible, easier to look at format. Thank you.
Mr. Barber.
Thank you, Chair. So I think we're referring to page 26 of the papers, and just for clarification, this is our sector update. So what it essentially is, this part of the report is making members of this committee, and actually it's not probably just for members of this committee, but it's members generally of the council, aware of guidance documents, best practice that are available within the sector to inform the way that individual councils operate. So this is a report that we've referred to that is a report from the National Audit Office. So it's not a Grant Thornton report, it is a National Audit Office report that's come out that provides a tool for individual councils, should they wish to do so, to assess how those charged with governance, in your case this committee, discharge their role and the sort of areas they should be looking at. So apologies, because I've clearly not gone into this report in as much detail as Councillor Phipps, but it is really for you, should you wish to do so, and it's not required, but you may wish to do so if you think it's appropriate, to consider this report and decide whether, anything in there raises any issues that you might want to have regard to in your role as those charged with governance. And it's probably not for me to dictate or suggest specific areas of focus of this committee. Clearly that's to be decided by the council and will no doubt be set out in the terms of reference as part of the constitution. And I appreciate that I'm skipping the answer there, but I don't think it's my role to do that.
I'll just say,
Councillor Phipps?
yeah, thank you very much for that. I appreciate that it's probably not your role. And I just wonder whether there's anywhere on this agenda, perhaps risk register up to date, where we could perhaps try and address it. I don't know. Thanks.
There will be an opportunity for you to raise it around risk issues, most particularly as we try to formulate our focus for the additional meeting of Audit and Governance on the 1st of December. And I'll be seeing whether there are any such issues that will be brought forward by members of the committee at that stage. No other members have indicated, so members, the recommendation is that Audit and Governance Committee notes the external auditor's progress to date in delivering their responsibilities. Councillor Cox, you hadn't indicated when I started, so hence my reading of the recommendation.
I just sort of say I had some more, but I'd let other people come. There was just a couple of points really. One was in terms of the audit fees that you're suggesting. There wasn't an indication as to what the audit fees were in 1920, so I just wanted to have an idea of what the increase was from 1920 to 2021. And then the other point I wanted to make was in terms of the infrastructure issue that is delaying the accounts, because it strikes me that the proposed solution, albeit from CIPRA, is to ignore the whole issue and give you a carte blanche as to, well, we'll just ignore that bit of the accounts. Personally, I think that's incredibly wrong because it'll make the accounts look stupid. We're already ignoring the dedicated skills grant, and then now we're ignoring another key element in terms of the accounts. And so the fact that everybody in the accountancy profession seems to be going along with that is wrong, in my opinion. And I assume, I just would like to hear your view on that, and whether you agree with it or not, because personally, as a user of the accounts, I think it's wrong, and we should be objecting to that treatment.
Barbara?
Thank you, Chair. So I've just while you've been asking the question, Councillor Cox, I have gone back to the plan briefly for 2021. So from recollection, the actual fees for 1920 were 247,000, and our indicative fees for 2021 were 237,000, but I suspect they will be significantly north of that. But as I said, that is for me to discuss and outline first with the Section 151 officer and then with you. And clearly, as you will be aware, any variations against scale fee will need to be provided to public sector audit appointments, and only when they have sought sufficient assurance over the appropriateness of those additional fees will we be billing them. And I rest assured that they do challenge those to make sure that they are appropriate. But as I said, I will make sure that's fully transparently reported once we are in a position to conclude 2021. In terms of the infrastructure assets, you know, I and this is just my personal view, it's not a firm view. I think it's going to go one or two ways. Either there's going to be a statutory override that it actually removes it from the opinion, or there's going to be a huge number of qualified sets of accounts across, you know, the country, either for 2021 or 21-22 for all those councils that have material infrastructure. And clearly, if there is that override, it gives a bit more time, but clearly, having had the issue raised now, councils will have the ability, although I appreciate there's a long lead in time, to actually set up an account for infrastructure and infrastructure expenditure going forward in a way that enables councils and auditors in turn to get assurance over the net position disclosed within the balance sheet.
So, Councillor Cox, do you have any further questions on the site?
There was just one. It wasn't one question; it was a comment. Just to note that which I failed to do last week is that one of the good things that came out of the report last week was that the congratulations should be given to the internal audit team, who seem to have come out shining very, very well. So congratulations to the internal audit team.
Thank you very much, Councillor Cox. So, members, the recommendation is to note the external auditor's progress to date in delivering their responsibilities and the sector update provided. Can we agree to note, please? That is agreed. Thank you very much, members. Takes us on to item 7 on the agenda, which is the second of our external auditor reports, and that's on the 2021-22 audit plan. Now, members will have noted, before we do this, the email from Mr. Hampton from Democratic Services dated the 20th of October that you should discount the duplicate of Appendix A, which is at pages 105 to 130 inclusive in your report, because it has been duplicated and therefore I just wanted to draw your attention to that if you haven't picked up the email. So moving to the report itself, Mr. Barber, would you like to introduce the report together with your colleague Mark Bartlett? And good evening and welcome, Mr. Bartlett, to this meeting. And then, as usual, take questions from members, please.
Yeah, good evening, Chair. Good evening, members. So I'm Mark Bartlett. I'm taking over from Sam as the audit manager for BCP Council for the 21-22 audit year. So I've been, quick background on me, so I've been with Grant Thornton since 2012 and was previously with the Audit Commission. So I'm going to take the audit plan as read and just highlight some of the key points that we want to flag for your attention, really, and then take some questions at the end, if that's okay. So if I could take you first to page 36 of your pack, so the key matters slide. So really what we've done here is highlight, this touches on some of the things highlighted by Pete when he went through the progress report, namely that issues in relation to the 2021 audit that are still outstanding, and that we obviously won't be doing any work in those areas, i.e. infrastructure assets and IS19, until they are resolved. And then, as Pete said, 21-22, but that actually got underway this week. So we've literally started that in the last few days. So just moving over to the instructions and headlines, and that's where I'm going to focus, really. So on page 38. So firstly, the significant risks for members who've been on the committee for a while and saw last year's audit plan, you'll see the significant risks that are listed on the right-hand side of that page will look familiar to you. So management overrider control, i.e. journals, valuations of land, buildings and investment properties, and valuation of the pension fund liability. So they were the significant risks that we had for the audit last year, and they are areas that have continued to cause problems in 2021. So we will be focusing a lot of our work in those areas. Materiality, as you'll be aware, we don't audit to the nearest pound. We audit to materiality, which for 21-22 we've set at 13.5 million for the group and 13.3 million for the council itself. So that's about 1.4% of your gross revenue expenditure, and that is among the lowest percentages that we apply for any of the councils, and reflects the complexity of the council, really, and some of the issues that we've come across. And triviality is a concept where the clearly trivial limit has been set at 700,000. That's the point at which we report any issues above that amount to yourselves in our audit findings report. So, and I suppose it's worth noting as well that any items within the accounts are material, we will do increased procedures on. So moving on to value for money, our initial risk assessment on that is really based on being linked to the significant weaknesses that were included in the auditor's annual report that you considered at last week's meeting. So we've set out there that we've identified children's services and arrangements around setting a balanced medium-term financial strategy, the costs and associated savings of the council's transformation programme, and the options for funding the programme, including by asset disposals. And we already touched on the timing of that work. So then just moving over the page to audit logistics, as I say, we carried out some of our planning and interim work earlier in the year and have just started the post statements visit. And we were talking about the fee for 2021. The proposed fee for 21-22 is set out there at 213,875. Now there is more detail. That's broken down into more detail on pages 53 and 54 of your packs. That's pages 21 and 22 of our audit plan, and you'll see there that it starts with the scale fee set a few years ago by PSAA, and then sets out all the additional fees. Many of these are ones that have rolled forward from previous years and really reflect the raising of the bar by the FRC, so the number of areas where we have to do greatly increased procedures from what we had to do back when the scale fees were originally set. It's probably worth noting one item in there as well that we have discussed with management, and that's in relation to remote working. So we've proposed an additional fee of £10,000 for remote working. Now, the reason behind that is that it's very much our view and our experience that a more efficient and effective audit is delivered when there is some element of on-site presence by the audit team. We're not going back to the days of the audit team being on site from day one of the audit right the way through, but carrying out an entire audit remotely is also not the most efficient way, particularly when you're dealing with trying to nail down responses to queries and deal with some of the more complex areas. So this element of the fee is something we'll continue to discuss with management, and we're in discussion with management at the moment about possible on-site presence during the course of the audit timetable. That's all I was proposing to say on the audit plan, which is Appendix A of this item. If it's okay with you, Chair, I'll go through the other two items and then stop for questions afterwards. So Appendix B is the informing the audit risk assessment document. So this sets out the responses from management to our formal queries to them as part of our planning work. And we're asking that members consider whether these responses are consistent with their understanding and whether there are any additional comments that they would wish to make. And I think that's something we're asking that would be minuted as part of that process. And then finally, Appendix C is the letter that has already been subject to some discussion in respect of the VFM work for 21-22. So I will stop there, Mr. Chairman, and happy to take any questions that members have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bartlett. Members' questions, and incorporating that, looking at the recommendations, any comments to make about Appendix B, please. Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks very much for explaining the audit extras that I was quite puzzled about when I first read it. And I've got down here the increased challenge and materiality reduction, which I now understand, so I haven't got an issue with that. The remote working, I have to say, I do have a slight issue with being an auditor myself, that I've never managed to get a fee increase for remote working. Quite the reverse. They usually want to decrease. And I just want to also understand what PPE was. I'm assuming PPE is stuff that you get in hospitals, but it might probably be something else that you're talking about. Plant? Property plant, right? Okay, that's fine. In terms of the questions that I have is I'm glad you've got valuations in there, but that's always in there, and it has been from the time I've been here. So I'm kind of surprised that you've not already started that, because it's always seen as a bit of an issue. I note the comments you made about going concern, and you seem to be dismissing going concern as kind of, oh yes, but not really very relevant. But given given the meeting we had last week, I would have thought going concern was quite important. I'm assuming you're going on the basis that the taxpayer will eventually pick up the tab, and therefore, from a valuation perspective, it'll all carry on as usual. In terms of the questions which I feel that may not have been necessarily dealt with in full, I would pose the valuation of the future places investment that we've got. I think it's circa £8 million that is sitting there, and you know, if future places doesn't perform, then we're looking at an £8 million write-off. There's also, and I always forget the name of the company, but John, you'll remind me, of the Bournemouth joint venture, the Bournemouth Development Corporation.
Bournemouth Development Company.
Yeah, the Bournemouth Development Company, which again, there are valuations in there. You know, it is a substantial asset of the council, and I would have thought that should be highlighted. And one that is pertinent to me is just governance in general, but you seem to have ignored governance in general, and I would have thought governance is an issue, but that's just my view.
But
Thank you, Chair.
I don't know whether one or both of you wish to answer them.
Yeah, we'll probably do that as a bit of a joint effort, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman. So I think that the significant risk areas are really the ones. So the valuation of land and buildings and investment property, and the valuation of the net pension fund liability are the areas of the greatest estimation within the financial statements, and hence why they are normally they're always one of our significant risks. And the management override the controls is something we are required to. We cannot rebut that as a risk under the auditing standards. So that again is something that is a standing risk within there. I think you mentioned about starting the work earlier on PPE. That's, I mean, clearly we would trying to close out the 2021 audit, and as soon as the team were released from the audit they were working on prior to the BCP audit, the preliminary work around that in terms of making contact with the valuers, requesting details from them, has commenced. I think, Pete, you were going to pick up on going concern. You're on mute, Pete.
Mr. Barber.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mark. So I think we might have touched on this actually last week in terms of differentiating between going concern and financial sustainability. So, Councillor Cox, I'm conscious you asked about valuation and going concern in relation to the questions in, I think it was Appendix B. So just to be very clear, the left-hand side of it is a Grant Thornton pro forma with questions that we ask of management on the left-hand side, and the responses on the right-hand side are from management. So those are management's comments that we have regard to in each of those areas to inform the plan that you have in front of you today. So in terms of going concern, I totally concur that for most small and medium-sized organisations, most private sector businesses, going concern is a particular interest for auditors given the financial climate in which they operate. But interestingly, in local government, the risk for going concern has actually reduced since last year due to supplementary guidance provided by the sector, which places an increased emphasis on the continuation of service. And going concern is all about the ability of an organisation to meet its liabilities, pay its way for a 12-month period only following the completion of an audit. So we are interested basically in whether, if we're doing the 21-22 accounts, we are interested in whether Bournemouth will continue to exist for a 12-month period following the completion of the audit. And clearly, although councils are struggling, there is a whole raft of resources available to finance its way, including borrowing. But ultimately, even if an organisation did exist, we know that those services would have to be picked up by some other organisation, and that would be funded. And that continuation of service is the overriding principle that gives us assurance that generally in the public sector, councils are by default a going concern. That doesn't understate the risk about planning into the medium term and the ability to balance the budget going forward. And that is where the concerns lie, and we capture those through our VFM reporting rather than our opinion and the going concern assumption on which your accounts are based.
Did you want to come back, Councillor Cox?
Yeah, thanks for that. And yeah, it's kind of what I thought. But just to emphasise, the going concern that you're talking about is to do with the fact that the basic services will carry on no matter what, because of presumably the central government will pick them up. And if there is a Section 114 notice, somebody will come in and provide the basic services. Everything else will fall apart, but the basic services will continue, which I kind of concur. The points you asked you asked us to comment on was actually my question marks, I suppose, were the evaluation of future places and the evaluation of the Bournemouth Development Corporation was ones that I would have highlighted if I was answering the questions. That's fine.
Through you, Chair, if I may, just to come back to Councillor Cox. Thank you, Chair. So, yeah, we are cited on both Future Places and the Bournemouth Development Company, and clearly, as part of the very detailed work that we do on land and buildings, and also on investment property, that we do look at the carrying value of those in the balance sheet and understand the basis of those, given some of the, the current economic circumstances in which they operate. So they are areas that we will be looking at, as we have done in previous years. But it's helpful to have that highlighted, Councillor Cox.
Well, I think actually the questions are particularly important in the context of the issue of going concern, because going concern will always be underwritten by the government eventually, should that become necessary, and the value for money report, but which obviously will highlight where the council is in terms of its financial sustainability. And those two issues are opposite sides of the same coin, you could argue, I think. So that's what I think that lies behind the importance of being attached to the VFM report, or the absence of, until we've seen whether there's any improvement over the one you presented last week. So I think that's really the essence of the issue. Sorry, Councillor Howe.
Yeah, thank you. It was just a quick point on fraud and similar issues like that. You mentioned that there's a triviality threshold of 700,000. Presumably, if you identify issues of concern that may potentially be, an exercise in fraud, that you would report those to the council, whatever level of fraud, level of monies might be defrauded. Perhaps you could just confirm that.
Through you, Chair, if I may.
That's all, Mr. Barker.
I'll take this one if I can, Chair. So Councillor Howe, you're absolutely right. Clearly, our audit procedures are not designed to identify fraud, but should any fraud come to our attention during the course of our work, it is absolutely the case that we will report that, and we will absolutely reconsider risk in light of that and audit coverage going forward. Because irrespective of the value of the fraud, we would want to bring it to the council's attention and consider what it means for our responsibilities.
Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just two questions. Firstly, just one question. I'll go through both of them. Just, I think you said about the materiality sort of level has gone up. Just to clarify the explanation as to why that is, in terms of, obviously there's comments in here about the financial sustainability, has been questioned, and there is issues around financial sustainability. So in that context, why has the level of materiality gone up? And also, obviously, we were asked here to consider the management responses which are given in Appendix B. And I'm just interested in the responses to questions, particularly numbers 4, 5 and 7. So the question 4, are you aware of any significant transaction outside the normal course of business? If so, what are they? And the response is no significant transactions outside the normal course of business. Obviously, things have moved on recently in the last sort of few weeks, probably since this report was done, about the potential for significant asset sales of non-core assets to fund transformations is being considered. Would those be classed as significant transactions outside the normal course of business, particularly as some may be looked at selling at a loss to what was initially paid for those assets? And that then relates to number 5, if you could just explain a bit more about aware of any changes in circumstances that would lead to impairment of non-current assets. Just want a little bit more explanation around that. And number 7, about loss contingencies. Are you aware of the existence of loss contingencies or unasserted claims? Would loss contingencies potentially include losses on the sale of assets as well?
Mr. Bartlett.
Thank you, Chair. So if I'll pick up on the question first of all, so the percentage of materiality is unchanged from last year at 1.4%. The reason the amount has actually increased is because it's based on the gross revenue expenditure of the council. So it's 1.4% of the gross revenue expenditure as set out in the draft financial statements. And that is a standard benchmark that is used throughout the sector. But as I said, that is still a very low percentage compared to many of our other audited bodies. And that does mean that there is larger sample sizes than there would be at a lot of other councils.
And if I can pick up perhaps the second question.
Mr. Barber.
Thank you, Chair. So significant transactions outside the normal course of business. I mean, I would personally not consider asset disposals to fall within that description. There are lots of councils that are disposing of assets purely to generate capital receipts to fund transformation going forward. Yes, you have the additional challenge of bringing 3 separate demise councils together that operated in very different ways. So the scope and the complexity of your transformation program is far more complex than I see elsewhere. But to varying degrees, all councils are having to re-engineer the way they provide services to meet the changing needs of their public. And the capital flexibilities initiative made available and extended by government is a helpful way of funding that for many councils, particularly those that have limited reserves. So we are seeing lots of councils that are in an informed and in a cautious manner identifying asset surplus to requirements, or that they can live without, that can generate capital receipts that can then be used to fund revenue costs of transformation to bring about efficiencies and cost savings and increased income. So I'm cited on that, but clearly, given the recent discussions about potential asset sales, we would absolutely, as part of the VFM work for next year, for 21-22, want to be understanding and would seek from the council that they are able to demonstrate that those disposals are being done in an informed way, and it's not a fire sale, and that there is proper checks and balances to ensure appropriate returns are received, recognizing that you do need to generate capital receipts if you are going to pursue a route of using that to fund part of your transformation program. Now, in terms of question 5 about the aware of changes in circumstances that would lead to an impairment of non-current assets, that really is about things like, some non-current assets. We're talking about physical things, like land, buildings, investment properties. Impairment happens for a number of reasons. It could be burnt down. It could be there could be a change in market conditions. There could be a more modern type of technology that emerges that makes a lot of the stuff that's there redundant. So not necessarily again something that I would immediately think of in terms of asset disposals. And then number 7, are you aware of an existence of any loss contingencies and unasserted claims that may affect the financial statements? Once again, I don't think that those are those types of things that we would be looking for. Suffice to say that when we did the planning for 21-22, we were aware that one of the options open, and one of the areas that we were highlighting in our VFM report was, even if you didn't want to, if you were going to continue down the route of pursuing a capitalisation direction, then that invariably, from what we've seen elsewhere, invariably there is pressure exerted from government to look to see what capital can be generated from capital disposals before further funding is made available via borrowing. So we were aware of all those issues that you've raised, and used that to inform our approach to the opinion and the VFM conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. Councillor Howell.
Yeah, I'd just like to come back on something there about the fire sale. You said your responsibility is to make sure that there's not a fire sale, I think, or that there hasn't been. But I'd welcome some further definition about that, because we're currently in a situation where we have limited choices, as far as I see, that either we sell assets or we go to the government for an extraordinary loan, with the consequences that brings to the council, which you outlined last week. We're facing the situation is how low do you go when it comes to selling an asset, and when does not a fire sale become a fire sale, and at that point the proper thing would be to go to the government. So that's very difficult for us as lay people on this committee to try and make that kind of scrutiny judgment on the administration. Perhaps you could give some guidance. Thank you.
Father.
Thank you, Chair. So you will have to make some difficult decisions, and I suppose the challenge is to make the worst decision, isn't it, in terms of if you are faced with the unfortunate position of having to dispose of some assets reasonably quickly or within certain time periods, you have to decide which ones will have the least negative effect being disposed of, and where you could generate a reasonable capital receipt given the timelines you're working to, having demonstrated that all the alternatives present a worse position for the council. So it's this, in any terms of any decision you make as a council, you need to set out the requirement, and it may well be that you reach a decision that you need to generate X from capital receipts before you're going to finance some of the transformation from other sources and other means. And if you've quantified that, then you need to be able to demonstrate in the terms of decision making, and that's what you make available for sale if you were to do so, and what you accept, that is the least worst option for the council. And that's not that's not something that I can explain. It's for you as a council to be able to demonstrate that there is a logic in what option you've gone for as opposed to all the other options.
If I could come back briefly.
Councillor Howell.
Yeah. I mean, the trouble is that once you're into that process of deciding whether how much loss to take on a disposal of an asset, then you're in you're down the wormhole or whatever it is. Where did Alison want hands go? I don't know. So surely that if you're approaching that kind of exercise, then you need in advance to have some basic policy to apply. Because, for example, you would say that you could take a loss up to a certain percentage, but then that beyond that percentage, it then becomes more sensible to borrow at a certain rate, for example, because that's the only way that I can see that you can begin to balance the losses that you accept against, you know, the additional costs that you incur in borrowing. Perhaps you'd like to comment on that.
Mr. Barber?
Yeah, I mean, it's the loss that you refer to. I mean, the definition of loss is interesting, isn't it? Because, you know, if you've got an asset that's gone up, you know, significantly in the 20 years that you've had it, and you sell it for a price that may not have been at the peak of the market or whatever, then what is the definition of loss? So it's not an easy position to be in, and I suppose what you need to do is, one, you need to have appropriate due diligence evidence that, you know, you have considered all the options, and from an informed position, having regard to as much information as made available as possible, made an informed decision that is the best one for the council, recognizing that this is something you need to pursue. So, you know, one thing I would say is, and I've talked about it last week, about scenario planning and preparing, that the quicker you need to do anything, the greater the risk that best value is not achieved. And that is why it's important to, if you go down one route in terms of an approach to doing anything, if there is an inherent risk that that's not going to come to fruition, it becomes increasingly important of having alternative approaches that will be initiated should that preferred approach not work. And the longer you've got to do that and implement it, the better chance that it can be done in a way that maximises the benefit from the council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. Chief Executive.
Thanks. Just wanted to add a little to the debate in that the rules in terms of selling an asset tend not to look so much at the original acquisition value, but look more at whether you're selling under current value. So just to reassure the members of this committee that we have had a very recent valuation of the assets that we're currently looking at potentially releasing. So we know the current value. I believe there's a process that if you want to sell at materially below the value, the current value, then you have to seek Secretary of State approval. So there is external approvals in place for significant assets if a council wishes to sell them under value. I just thought it was worth adding that to the mix because there is some reassurance to the committee and to the council for that. I think there's less comparison with what the original value, the acquisition value was of an asset, because in a sense that's irrelevant as market conditions change. So it's generally looking at current value, are you selling under value, and restrictions on whether you're selling under value or not, and an external process is in place. So that might help with the consideration.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Councillor Iyengar.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, good evening. I've got a couple of questions. They're two different questions. I'll ask them both together, please, and welcome response. One is on the general inquiries of management. I do hope I'm asking this at the right time. The question 4 in the general inquiries of management: are you aware of any significant transactions outside the normal course of business? If so, what are they? And the response given: there are no significant transactions. I'm aware this is for the audit for the year 21-22, but at that time the Beach Hut SPV, as we know it, had at least started the conversations around it. If I'm right about that, it had started towards sort of January, February, March of 2022, so the last quarter of the fiscal year. Given what's happened, granted with hindsight, I'm surprised that that kind of response, there are no significant transactions outside the normal course of business, is in there. Thinking of SPV, and the second thing, it's got me worrying about how low or high this threshold is for answering this question, because I've got a feeling that that question would overlook then potentially other things that ought to be disclosed within that question. So rather vague from me, sorry, but just please, your comment on that would be helpful. The second question I've got is a general one about the fraud. And Mr. Barber, I mean, quite understandably, you said that your procedures, you don't, in a sense, you're not looking for fraud, but let me choose my words carefully, in the profession you're in and in the industry bodies you're in, you'll probably sort of be in a position to where your suspicions take you to sort of notify discreetly where certain things, worrying things, may be happening. Can you, if it's possible, share with us, even if you procedurally don't look for fraud, how is it within your service to inform us of where there may be some worrying things happening that need further work? Because you have said we're quite a complex organisation, so this has got me in general concerned about the whole fraud and malpractice area. Thank you.
Mr. Barber?
Yeah, through you, Chair, if I may. I mean, it's a good question on the question 4 of the general inquiries of management. I mean, the SPV and the beach huts. We're interested in transactions here that impact on the year in question. So, items of account, income, expenditure, transactions that would impact on the accounts for 21-22. Obviously, the beach huts in the proposal did not come to fruition. Therefore, it's not in the accounts. There wasn't that wasn't proceeded with. So, even though it was significant moves and progress was made towards potentially realising a capital receipt in that way, it didn't materialise, and therefore didn't impact on the accounts in terms of the key disclosures. And therefore, I understand why the comment about no significant transactions was made. Rest assured, we are absolutely cited on that, and we were heavily involved in discussing that with officers, and for that matter with DLUC, as it became public, and therefore we have had regard to that. But clearly, when we come to audit a set of accounts, we're interested in the numbers in those accounts and confirming substantively that those are correct. And that probably leads me on to your second question regarding fraud. Our primary focus is on the material accuracy of the accounts presented to audit. So we don't focus and put more audit work and effort into, dare I say, certain areas of the council where you could argue that certain income or expenditure is more susceptible inherently to fraud. We are looking at the material accuracy, and we're looking for material error based on that materiality that Mark quoted earlier. In terms of fraud, clearly as a council, there are a number of mechanisms you will have at your disposal to minimise the risk of fraud. We need to be realistic here. There will be fraud. It's just trying to minimise it and put as many preventative measures in place as possible. And and this is like one of the differences between external audit and internal audit, where internal audit are a function of management, and they look at risk management, they look at internal control and governance. And internal control is a key control that exists and is established within councils to minimise the risk of fraud, and that's one of the areas where you will seek to get that assurance that controls are effective to minimise the chances of fraud occurring in the council. And there will be fraud initiatives and fraud teams that are set up, particularly in places like housing benefits, to do that very thing. We do not put additional risk in any area where there is a greater or inherent risk of fraud. When we undertake the audit, we're interested in the big numbers.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to come back on the query I raised earlier, and I'm glad Councillor Iyengar also reiterated the query over the management response to question 4 that I raised earlier. And thank the Chief Executive actually for his comments around the asset sales and the sort of potential loss on asset sales, and that doesn't relate to the acquisition cost necessarily. And actually, in terms of our external auditors, just thank you for your comments about around these things being an informed decision, looking at scenarios planning and looking at where things are having to be done with speed, then there is an increased risk over that. And I still just have concerns over that answer to question 4 about significant transactions outside the normal course of business, mainly around what is normal course of business. I don't know what it is with this administration, because it seems to change with the wind. With halfway through this financial year, the previous administration had strategy for funding transformation. And halfway through this financial year, we've had a plan A, a plan B and a plan C from this administration, with securitisation of beta income, that's failed, capitalisation direction, that seems to have fallen into disfavour, and now we're looking at a forced sale of assets with a set deadline. You know, at the current rate, we're going to have plan D, plan E and plan F before the end of this financial year. So I am concerned about significant transactions and what on earth is the normal course of business.
Mr. Barber?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So we are this questionnaire is in relation to activity in 21-22. So we are interested in transactions that took place between the 1st of April 21 and the 31st of March 22. So we are talking about hypothetical potential disposals going forward. What we've asked of management here is tell us about any significant transactions outside the normal course of business that took place in that 12-month period. I'm not aware of any significant disposals. Probably need to check the accounts again. I'm not aware of anything, particularly anything that's been sold at speed in the year in question. And for our opinion purposes, that's our understanding. But clearly, if that's not correct, we're more than happy to be corrected on that.
Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In terms of the transactions we were talking about during the year, because this is what you're interested in, is one thing that I feel that you probably need to focus on is the capitalisation of transformation costs. You've already mentioned that that the transformation programme, you have some significant concerns of the increase in the cost of those transformation. That transformation programme almost doubling, if not tripling in size. One problem I have, and I appreciate I'm probably a very traditional accountant, is that we're capitalising lots of what I feel are revenue costs and describing them as transformation costs, and therefore we're taking them out of the general account. And therefore, if you want somewhere to look at, I would have suggested you need to look there, because that is an area which I feel we're throwing lots of stuff at, and some of it I don't necessarily agree with.
Mr. Barber?
Thank you, Chair. So I've not got the accounts open in front of me for 21-22, but from recollection, having had a look at them recently at length, I think the amount of use of capital flexibilities in 21-22 was of the magnitude of 3.8 million. So given our materiality figure of 13, probably about less than 30% of materiality, we have agreed as a team we will be looking at that expenditure, given it was hundreds of thousands in 2021 and is up to 3.8 million. And if I've got that wrong, then I will come back to committee. So we are aware that £3.8 million of capital receipts has been used to fund the revenue cost of transformation in 21-22 according to the accounts, and it is something that will form part proportionally of our audit procedures for 21-22.
Thank you very much, Mr. Barber, and I think it might help some members of the committee if you could either turn your volume up or speak more closely to your microphone.
Yep.
I can hear you, but not everybody's got such acute hearing as I have, perhaps. Councillor Howell.
Thank you. Yeah, although there might not have been any disposals, there was a significant acquisition at speed during this year, and I have some concerns that there was a failing in the process that could open the council up to accusations of potential corruption. So who should I be reporting that to? Should I, should I be emailing you, or should I channel that through the council?
Councillor Howell, I'm not sure that the language you're using is appropriate. Easy to say, but we are live streaming,
Yes,
and I think I'd like you to reflect and perhaps withdraw the word that you used, please.
Yeah, I am. I reflect. I did reflect beforehand. I am, qualified solicitor. I know what I said, and I said it because I believe that there is potential. There's something rather odd has happened, and that it looks to me like a breach of process, and it's in relation to a sum of over £1 million, and that's it could open up to allegations of corruption. That is a fact. There seems to be a question.
Before you go any further, I think I would like to seek advice from officers, because this is not the sort of territory that I expect a live stream meeting of audit governance to get into, and I don't think it's necessarily the appropriate way or process to be engaging with our external auditors, chief executive or.
If I may come in, if the council has any concerns like that, I would hope you would raise them with me or with the council's monitoring officer or the council section 151 officer. If you feel unable to do that, then let me talk to you outside about a process for doing that, but I'd hope you'd raise those internally with either myself, the monitoring officer, or section 151 officer.
Thank you for that advice.
Yeah, I still wonder whether there is a channel open to the auditors, but thank you.
Do you want to ask a specific question, Councillor Howell, of the external auditors, but without covering the ground that the Chief Executive just responded to, please?
Yeah, I was careful not to mention the particular item because I didn't want to send hairs running too much, but I just want to know really whether I should also be sending my details of my concerns to the auditors directly. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Barber, if you wish to answer the question, you obviously can. If you don't, then please tell me.
I think we've got to be clear here that the role of the external audit is strictly limited, and when we start referring to some of the, I'm not going to repeat the emotive language, but I think the chief exec has outlined an appropriate route to take your concerns forward with, given that, as I said, my role is about the material accuracy of the accounts in question.
Thank you.
Councillor Iyengar.
Yes, thank you. I know we've done a lot on this question 4 on this. I'd just like to close off with just registering, my concern procedurally about the response that's in here, but what it reflects about the sort of the underlying. It seems that the question was asked, and then that response was given, which is there are no significant transactions in the opinion, I guess, of the respondees, and that dynamic there just seems to be of concern to me. And I wonder if I'm overdoing this. I don't think I am, because within that dynamic there, it seems that a fair amount could be concealed, which ought to not be concealed or not be overlooked, however legitimate it may be. You don't need to be sort of frivolous to see in other councils around the place where certain worrying things have happened, and I'm going to guess that they have the same answer to that question, where there are no significant transactions outside the normal course of business, and then when the aftermath occurs, it seems that some strange things were going on. And the biggest example in the corporate world I can think of was Enron. I think that some of us may be old enough to know that some years back, where they maintained throughout that what they were doing was entirely within the normal course of business of doing that. So I'll leave it there. I suppose we just carry forward with that concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Iyengar. Mr. Richards, Chief Financial Officer.
Chair, I just think we just need to be very careful because of that language and the implications of that language, in the sense that this is a management response. So is the councillor suggesting that officers would conceal transactions from an external auditor? I think that's what he's implying by his response, which I would hope would not be the case.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Do you wish to come back, Councillor Iyengar?
Okay. What I'll take back, thank you, Chief Financial Officer. There's no implication, and I apologise if there was implication, that there would be a deliberate concealment of anything at all. I think however, trying to think of the right word for this, the depth to which this seems to go leaves a question in my mind as to whether or not it will uncover everything that needs to be uncovered maybe a better way of saying it. Thank you.
So I will come back to you again, Mr. Barber, just perhaps to give us the confidence that that you attach to the responses from officers, because we will need to deal with this at the second recommendation in hopefully just a moment. Mr. Barber.
So it's probably important to emphasise here that this question is designed to understand if there's anything that's not included within the accounts that we should have regard to. So, you know, we don't just rely on this document to understand what we would think, what we'd expect to see in a set of accounts. You know, there are audit procedures undertaken to
Mr. Bartlett used to bark. Mr. Barber isn't. He's frozen.
Yes, I'm still with you, Mr. Chairman. I think what Peter's trying to say, that the informing the audit risk assessment set of questions is something we carry out at the start of the audit process, and we then carry out additional procedures throughout the course of the audit to consider whether there's where the additional risks may be within the financial statements, and that includes our review of committee minutes, our meetings with management, our review of press and media, and then when we get the draft financial statements, we carry out a detailed review of the financial statements. So I think what Pete was trying to say there was that this document is like the starting process that informs our audit plan prior to commencing the final accounts audit.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Bartlett, and you may need to tell Mr. Barber that his screen has frozen, because he may still be trying to talk to us.
I think Pete's back now.
Apologies, Chair. I lost connection for a second there. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, I think Mr. Bartlett has answered.
I think I've covered it now, Pete.
Okay. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, members, any other questions for Grant Thornton, our external auditors? If not, I shall move to the recommendations. Obviously, the first recommendation is that the committee notes the Grant Thornton External Audit Plan 2021-22 for the Council. Can we agree to note? Agreed. Thank you very much. And the second is to consider whether the management responses, and I underline the word management responses as outlined a moment ago by Adam Richins in Appendix B, and I think there's a typo in here, are consistent with its understanding, and whether there are any further comments it wishes to make. Well, plenty of comments have been made, but I think I was trying to find whether there are any others that we wish to link into the reporting in the minutes of this item.
So can we not just add that we've informed them verbally of additional comments which they can take away?
I would welcome that to be the response, but I didn't want to preempt what you might have said otherwise. So could I ask Democratic Services officers to incorporate that wording into the minutes, please? And therefore we've dealt with both recommendations. Thank you, members. And may I thank both Mr. Barber and Mr. Bartlett from Grant Thornton, our external auditors, for answering those very many questions. We hope that you will be able to come back to us in accordance with our forward plan for the outstanding matters. And of course, the next opportunity for that is going to be in December the 1st, I think. But I'm sure you'll keep me and the officers informed in the meantime. And it would be helpful if you could, because what I do try to do this is to then write to the members of the committee so that they realise actually that there is progress, even if we haven't got to the finishing line. So if you could do that, I'd appreciate it, please. Thank you very much indeed. So members, we have now dealt with item 7 on the agenda. This is a 15-item agenda, and we are, I think, pretty much up to the first 2 hours of this meeting. I've let it run its course because I saw no purpose in not doing so. Normal practice would be to have a break at the end of 2 hours. I don't want to get partway through the next item and have a break. So could I suggest that we have the shortest possible comfort break of, I hesitate to say 5 minutes, but if that can't be done, I'll wait till you all get back into the room, but please make it as soon as you can. Could you see the live? Thank you to Democratic Services. Welcome back after that very short break to members and to officers. That takes us on to item 8 on the agenda, which is the review of the Council's constitution and the recommendations of the Constitution Review Working Group. Now, I've asked Mr. Jones if he could do a general introduction, and following that, he will introduce each of the proposals that are coming through as recommendations to the Audit and Governance Committee. And I have spoken to the chairman of the Constitution Review Working Group, Councillor Fear, and asked him to add anything to what Mr. Jones has got to say before we take any questions or debate. So that's the format for each of the items. So back over to you, Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm very conscious of the items that you still have on the agenda. So, oops, forgive me. So I refer members to agenda item 8, starts on page 131 of your pack, goes through to page 170. Members will be aware that the committee has established a working group to consider changes to the Constitution. That working group comprises, the membership comprises Councillor Fear as Chair, Councillor Daniel Butt as Vice Chair, together with Councillors Beasley, Brooke and Cox. As you're aware, any recommendations arising from the working group are brought to this committee for consideration, and any that are supported then go on to full council for adoption. And for this purpose of this meeting, any of those recommendations will go to the 8th of November council meeting. The proposed changes arising have been included in an appendix with track changes, so you can see each of those in red. The blue changes are purely consequential of changing paragraph numbers, so they can be disregarded. They're just a formatting issue, so all the changes are proposed in red. The report sets out each of the issues considered by the working group by issue number, and again, with your consent, Chair, I'll briefly introduce each item as turn, as you just mentioned. So if you're happy, I will carry on with that process.
Yes, I am, but to hopefully expedite matters without going back to the recommendations that are at the head of the report, it would be helpful if we can have agreement of an outcome on each and every one of them, whatever that outcome might be. So we'll do them before we go on to the next one, because I think it will take less time doing it that way. So back to you, Mr.
Thank you, Chair. So issue 1, I refer on starts on page 132, and I'll just go through the report. So this was in relation to the powers of the head of aid service in relation to contracted workers, which was an issue raised by members. Again, I'm not going to go through each paragraph line by line. I'm sure you'll appreciate that. So the report sets out the existing provisions within the Constitution in relation to the human resource matters for the head of paid service. Clearly, contractors and agency workers are governed by their own contractual arrangements and under which they're appointed. And the working group recommended there were no changes required to the Constitution, as the existing provisions were appropriate.
Councillor Fear, anything to add?
Thank you, Chair. Not on this item, but very briefly, would just like to thank all the members that did take part in the working group. It was a very good conversation, I thought, a meeting of minds, and thank you to Mr. Jones and the other officers for their help in this as well. I won't come on every item because obviously time and we have other items on the agenda. But I think the best thing we'll do if there is conversation, then I'll be able to jump in at the appropriate time on that, but not on this item, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments on issue 1? So if there aren't any, can we agree the recommendation, which is no changes to the Constitution were required necessary in response to this matter?
Yes.
So agreed? Anybody dissenting from that? No. So item 2, Mr. Jones.
Okay, so issue 2 is in relation to issues around standing to speak at council and associated etiquette. This is actually split into 2 parts. So the first part is in relation to the conduct and behaviour of members and councillors in formal meetings. The paper sets out the existing provisions which defines the role of councillors, the role of the chair of council, and the provisions in relation to controlling any disorderly conduct by councillors. And again, the working group considered the existing provisions and felt that there was no, that they were sufficient, and there were no changes recommended to the existing provisions.
Councillor
No comments on this, Chair.
So members, any points to add, any comments to make? Now, can we agree therefore the recommendation, which is the working group would review that the existing provisions provided a framework that was sufficient for the purpose and that no changes to the Constitution were necessary at this time? Can that be agreed? Agreed. Anybody dissenting? No. Mr. Jones, issue 3.
Well, sorry, Chair, it's the second part of issue 2. We dealt with other etiquette issues, as it's referred to in the report. This related to the members entering and leaving the meeting during debate, the consumption of food and refreshments, and the requirement to stand. There was no recommendation in relation to limiting members from entering or leaving the meeting. However, you will see in the recommendation that it's proposed to introduce a provision to allow the chair to adjourn a meeting after 2 hours, if you've just done in this meeting, without the consent of the meeting. So this does not remove the right of a meeting to adjourn, but this is the introduction of a provision to allow the chair to instigate a comfort break after a 2-hour duration, although there is discretion there. Clearly, if he's approaching the end of the meeting, or he or she is approaching the end of the meeting, and it's appropriate to carry on, then there's that discretion there. So that's one part. There is also, in the provisions, the requirement for members to stand. There is a discretion to seek consent of the chair, but obviously not all members are physically able to stand, and we felt that that was discriminatory. So we're adding in the words, if they are able to stand, they will do that. That's outlined in the paper. Again, so there's 2 recommendations, A and B. One is in relation to the able to stand is in A, and then the second one is in the introduction of the comfort break after 2 hours, although as defined into 6.2, that does not override the provisions already in existence for adjourning a meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Councillor Fear?
Thanks, Chair. Very briefly, yes, it's mainly for how long our meetings are going on for, and we're having that discretion by our chair at full council, chairs at ONSs, audit governance, etc., given that flexibility. So I would recommend that we take obviously both 1 and 2 together, and obviously again the discretion of the chair if someone's not able to stand. It's given that flexibility and respect to those individuals. Thank you.
So dealing with the recommendations at paragraph 21, if you could address any questions specifically to those, and then we can see whether we can take those together or whether we need to do them separately. Councillor Filer.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask a question about number 19. No specific changes are proposed to limit councillors from leaving, entering or consuming refreshments during meetings. Some members here tonight and some members of the council will find this completely irrelevant. Where I sit, we have a series of picnics which are taking place during council meetings, and I mean, I'm really not kidding. We have a basket with I know we're live, but we have a bag, and out comes all sorts of things. And personally, I find this offensive, and particularly if it's being held in the council chamber in the Civic Centre in Bournemouth, where that room is used for other things, weddings, celebrations, funerals, all sorts of things. And I don't agree that we should. I think we should be discouraging people from having more than the most discreet. Well, some people do need to have some food if they've got medical conditions or it's late, but to actually sit and eat sandwiches followed by crisps, followed by a smelly piece of fruit, I find personally offensive, and I'd like to see that changed, please.
Councillor Fear?
Chair, if I could put Councillor Filer hopefully a bit more ease. At the discussion, the working group, we did go through this and raise exactly the same points that you have just done. The wording that discreet, I think we felt was appropriate. Again, we have a flexibility, for example, at full council, where the chair of the meeting, obviously people may need to take food with medication or need to step out for 5 minutes. that's under the discretion. Again, having a discrete banana eaten at full council, again, it's under discretion. I completely agree that picnics are not appropriate in that setting. So having that wording there gives that flexibility for someone if they need that sugar hit of a banana, but not opening up the buffet. And again, it would be for the chair to be aware of that, and then hopefully implement what we're recommending here. As such, thank you.
Councillor Cox.
Yeah, it was discussed at length, and I can assure you that finding a compromise was very difficult, and the word discreet was the best we could do, unfortunately. You can't find everything, even I've had to have some notes tonight. You know, I think where that goes, and I think the word discreet should be used by the chair more vigorously, perhaps, than it has been done.
I mean, if I may come back on that, I think that clearly the committee has got a lot of common sense and a few nuts or a sweet or whatever, or banana, but perhaps it should be put out as a suggestion to members that a sandwich containing onions is not quite the thing for the other people who have to sit around it. I'm really not joking. It really does happen, and we all arrive at those meetings for a 7 o'clock meeting, and most of us have had a chance to eat in the 10 minutes prior to that meeting if it's going to be something bigger than something discreet. But my idea of discreet and might not be the same as the person sitting next to me's idea of discreet. So could this please not look as if it's not changed, but could it please be put out that we don't accept certain things? Thank you.
No, I think your points are well made, Councillor Filer. It seems to me that if we agree these changes this evening, certainly the spirit is there. It would also seem to me that the ideal place for this to be discussed once it's been agreed and recommended by AG and hopefully by Council would be through the group leaders meetings. That's how I would see it progressing, because then it can be expanded on as necessary. Councillor Howell.
Yes, it's just a comment really, because I have a back condition, which means that sometimes I have to stand up and walk around a bit and get some movement into my back. So when I'm going through bad periods, so you know, the Constitution seems to suggest it's left to the chair to decide whether somebody can discreetly go to the top of an aisle and start doing those kind of exercises. But I'm just saying that, you know, it works the other way around. Somebody might need to get up and, you know, for their health reasons.
So.
So absolutely, and that's why and we did touch on these sort of broader issues. So with the discretion, a member is absolutely in their right to go prior to full council, for example, have a chat with the chairman and just say, you know, if I can give you the nod, I need to stand up for a few minutes, or I need to exit because my back, etc., like that. Then the chair will know about that, and obviously then be able to act with that discretion. So completely get your point, Councillor Howe, on board with it. And so I think it's for members just to go and have a quick word, just to let the chair know that you might be going to do that, for example, and then it should be absolutely fine. He knows, so that means it can roll on. Thank you.
Councillor Filer.
Sorry, I don't like to prolong this too much. I was really just to ask Mr. Jones if, as part of the training of the new batch of councillors, that idea that you respect the chair, so when you walk out, you don't just stonk out, you do actually turn around and, if you can, if you think this is appropriate, nod at the chair, or just do it in a discreet fashion. I don't think anyone means to be discourteous, but actually I don't think some people realise that. And, you know, when we were, those of us who've been councillors for quite a long time, as most people in this room have, it was a mayor who was taking the meetings, and we did respect the mayoralty, and I think it should be, it's a formal meeting, and I think that just courtesy should be part of the training, not to change this.
Councillor Andrew.
Thank you. On these items, just number one, I think it was a typo where it was the word discreet about the food. I think I saw a spelling of ETE rather than double ET on there, so that'll be corrected. The other one is on the 2-hour thing, if I mention that, is that I'm sure this is what was meant. It said that the chair can actually sort of adjourn at the end of the current item of business. Well, the current item of business could go on for another further hour if we're not careful, and thinking not least of February's meeting and a certain big item. So I hope within the understanding of that wording, it could be that the chair can call a sort of summary adjournment of the meeting if the current item looks like it'll go on for a long while. If that's the understanding, then fine. Thank you.
Mr. Jones.
Chairman, just on those 2 points, absolutely we can pick up the training on etiquette as part of the new members. I think the provision here is in terms of the chairman's discretion to call an adjournment at the end of an item is does not, as I said, prevent another adjournment taking place during an item. The difference here is that the chairman has that power at the end of that 2 hour at the conclusion of an item. Whereas council or the meeting would have the authority to adjourn during an item. And I think that we discussed that in terms of the working group, because we were keen that this did not fall into that, whoever is chairing a meeting, fall into that political opportunity to adjourn for a political purpose, a political gain without council's consent. So it doesn't remove that ability if council feels there is a genuine need to adjourn during the item.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Jones. Now, taking us through to the recommendations, could you perhaps give us a little bit of guidance here, because I'm looking at paragraph 21, and some of the issues we've been discussing aren't specifically itemised in there. Would we be looking for agreement for items above that recommendation and then moving to those recommendations? Is my question.
If I can refer members in relation to paragraph A, the change is actually shown in on page 167 in paragraph that is numbered 14.4 in blue, and it's the additional words of if they are able. So that's the recommendation for A, and in relation to B, that's referred to on page 158. And that's the introduction of the two paragraphs 6.1, 6.2 as set out in the recommendations, and they're reproduced in red as a new section for duration of meeting.
Thank you very much. Can we, members, can we agree those recommendations? Any dissent? No. Mr. James.
Okay, issue 3 is the process for interpretation of the procedure rules. Again, set out the provisions that we have already in terms of the interpretation of those rules and providing advice by the monitoring officer. Whilst it's not necessarily required to alter the procedure rules, it was felt that by adding to the procedure rule 21 for the interpretation of procedure rules, the words subject to taking advice from the monitoring officer or their nominated representative, then the ruling of the person presiding as to the construction or application of the rule applies. So it's the addition of those words in bold at the foot of page 135, and that's the recommendation that's before you. Shown in red, it's on 169.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Members, any comments? In that case, can we agree that recommendation? Any dissent? No. Mr. Jones?
So issue 4 is in relation to questions by councillors at committee meetings. This is quite lengthy, but actually the changes are quite small, actually. So it was felt by the working group there needed to be some, the existing provisions set out in the report, as you can see, but it was felt that just to provide some clarity in relation to paragraph 11.7 was to, again, if you want to see the changes that are proposed, this is on page 160 of the paper. And it's paragraph 12.7 in terms of the new page, and it's adding in the words, there are 3 words actually only, so it will read, following the answer to each question, the questioner may only, so that's an additional word, ask, instead of a supplementary, it's one supplementary question, which must relate, so the insertion of the word must relate to the initial answer. So that's in relation to that particular change. And then the second change, there's reference in the recommendation, is in relation to paragraph 13.5. Again, changes are shown on page 167. And it was recommended that the 3-minute length of speech should apply to the length of the response to a question, in addition to all of the other speeches. So it's adding in the words or response to a question within that. Again, that's shown on page 167. I hope that's clear, Chairman.
Councillor Clear.
Thank you, Chair. Very brief. We spent a lot of time on this issue. I think we've squared the circle on this one, and rectified the 3-minute rule. It's a fair practice to be going forward with. So I expect we should have unanimous agreement on this one. Thank you.
Members, any comments? Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, but just a brief comment. I think that it's good. I'm generally in agreement with that. But do sometimes when there's detailed contentious debates at council, and then the portfolio holder usually sort of gets up at the end of a lengthy debate with multiple points made by multiple members, and then has 3 minutes to try to respond to that. We do sometimes, I think, have difficulty where they're not able to respond to all the questions that have been raised in the debate because of that 3-minute limit. I do have a concern. It only happens occasionally, but I think it can cause problems that issues have been raised and it's just not able to respond to those because of that 3-minute time limit.
Any comment back from you, Mr. James, on that, from the deliberations that we had?
Only, I think the general feeling is the meetings are very lengthy and we're trying to control that. There is always the discretion of the chair can allow additional time. Normally it's for budget related items, but there is a discretion that has been used by the chair in the past, but it should be rare, I would suggest.
I do have some sympathy for the argument because I've been in that position myself, and you have to sort of duck and dive as to which ones you're going to address and which ones you're going to leave on the table, so to speak. Councillor Howe.
Yeah, I'm struggling to understand 11.7, the second sentence there. It says, a reply may not be given if the question is not related to the initial answer, is unduly lengthy, or is inappropriate. So it does not the Constitution have to say who makes that decision, i.e. presumably the chair, or is it the monitoring officer that makes that decision?
Mr.
Chair, there's no changes proposed to that particular sentence or that end. The final sentence, though, says the councillor answering the supplementary question will decide whether or not to reply. So it's the councillor who's replying.
Yeah, okay, that may have existed before, but it's still a point, isn't it, that maybe needs to be considered in the future about who actually decides whether a question is not related to the initial answer, is unduly lengthy or inappropriate.
I think, Chair, we obviously haven't considered that as a particular issue. I'm not sure that's been an issue at council meetings, but I take the point. I think it's perhaps something we can add to the list.
It could quite easily be a point if the chair makes that decision and then somebody objects to it and says that's not your decision to make, it's and then it would go to the monitoring officer, wouldn't it, I guess. But.
Councillor Clear.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I think in essence we did kind of broadly cover this, and there's 2 points to both 11.7 and 13.5. So, for example, with the supplementary side of things, it is down to the member's going to ask a question, has a supplementary. It's down to them to word it in a way that isn't lengthy, inappropriate, etc. Obviously, it would be down with the chair's discretion to see if that has breached those conditions, and it's kind of a balancing act. So on that side, it's the responsibility of the member coming back with a supplementary not to breach those points. But then again, to balance things off with then having that 3 minutes for the cabinet members of responses. And again, it would be down to those members to be able to articulate or in motions, whatever it is, in those 3 minutes, how the debate went and sum things up. So it was a bit of respect on both sides, and I think we did get to a fairly decent point, and that's why we've got that kind of compromise in that position. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I would suggest that perhaps that middle sentence doesn't serve any purpose, because the person answering can decide not to answer it anyway under the third sentence. So it just potentially adds complications by having another sentence there.
Any comment back, Mr. James?
I would request that we actually take that one back as a further review rather than making a decision this evening on that particular point. If that's appropriate, I think we need to give that more careful thought as to the consequences.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. Councillor Anger?
But actually, if you're doing that, actually the word inappropriate, I didn't quite know what it meant in that context, whether inappropriate meant sort of profane language, for instance, or whether it meant something to do with the relevance of the relevance to the topic. I was left confused by that. So that if I was confused, that could lead to confusion in the chamber when it happens. That could be tidied up as well, please.
Thank you. I'll ask Mr. Jones to note that too. Members, how would you like us to deal with these recommendations? They are both amendments to what exists at the moment. Can we agree them as standing? Because the other issues need to be gone back and looked at separately by the working group. We don't really want to leave these hanging because they will risk not being taken through council during the period of this council term otherwise. So can we agree those two recommendations? Thank you. Any dissent? Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Okay, issue 5, Chairman. So these are the arrangements for enabling voting from the gallery in the Civic Centre. Again, we did debate this while members debated this one for some time. During the pandemic, we saw a number of members wishing to return but maintain distance, and that has continued a little bit longer. So at the moment, we are allowing that. The monitoring officer has deemed that is permissible. As I stated in the report, we are clearly looking at new equipment, audio and visual equipment for the council chamber, which will potentially include electronic voting facilities at that point, and increase the seating capacity within the chamber. And I think at that point would be the point that we would actually then maybe look at the existing rules. So at the moment, there are no changes proposed to the Constitution.
So members, can we agree that there are no changes proposed? Councillor Howell?
I disagree with this point, actually. I think it's part of the democratic process that each councillor should be able to see the other councillors voting if they are not, recorded electronically. I think you need to be able to see whether somebody's sticking their hands in there or not. And the design of the council chamber, which is dreadful council chamber in my opinion, means that you can't see people up in that upper gallery. And I believe that in the past, we've actually had people go up there because they don't want to be seen by other members, not necessarily because they're worried about COVID. So I'd be voting against this point.
Any other comments from members? In that case, we will go to a vote. Oh, Councillor Cox.
Yeah. I think there's a transparency issue here, and that we may not have necessarily dealt with insofar as Councillor Howell pointed out. I think people need to see their councillors voting, and I think we can still maintain the distance. But if those that are in the gallery have to declare how they're voting, and it's recorded, then that's fine. I'm very happy to maintain safety if they want to maintain personal space, but I do think that there has to be a transparency within the council, and therefore there needs to be some identification if there's not a recorded vote.
Councillor,
I think if we look at full council, for example, voting is from the chair, and then obviously with the chief exec who would do the call. So I completely understand with the transparency side of things. It is from the chair's perspective that the roll call is done. It's not for us as members to be looking and to be seeing. If there was something that it's a difficult one because it is from the chair's position. It's not us as members. I'm coming at it from. I completely get where other members from this transparency from the gallery, and I think in past we have actually had calls as well and hands motions. So I think we have had that in the past. I don't know if Mr. Jones has got anything to add on that, but just from me, it's from the chair's perspective of calling the vote. It's not for us as members to be doing that. Thank you.
Mr. Jones.
I do take the transparency issue. I think it would be, I just mentioned to the chief executive, I don't think there would be anything to prevent us when we call for votes for, against or abstaining. And if a member is in the gallery, that we could make reference to the fact that that includes Councillor X that is sat in the gallery. I think we could do that, and that covers that transparency in the interim period until we do the refurbishment of the chamber.
Councillor Howell.
Thank you. I just want to make it clear I wasn't questioning the ability of officers to record the vote. My concern relates to the fact, for example, if a councillor promises one thing to their residents and then goes on to vote in a different way, I think that those residents should have the ability to kind of witness, and other councillors have the ability to witness that behaviour, and the current situation allows people to potentially go and hide and vote, but not be publicly acknowledged in that sense, and that's my concern.
So, members, how would you like to proceed? Councillor Cox made a suggestion. Was that an amendment to what's here in the recommendations?
Chair, if I may, the wording Mr. Jones used, I don't know if we can, that would be appropriate regarding if members are situated in the gallery, the chair would be able to call or to get clarification from them.
Chairman, I don't think that requires a change to the constitution. I think that's a procedural matter for those conducting the meeting, and if somebody is sat in the gallery, they will need to accept that the chief executive or whoever is counting the votes will make reference to any members in the gallery. Again, I totally take the point in terms of the public seeing, although the public will probably be able to see members in the gallery clearer than they will necessarily see members sat in the well of the chamber. But I think that's a future for the technology that's going in as well.
Councillor Howell.
Yes, I think what you're saying is something that I would agree with. I'm assuming you're saying that when a vote happens and people are asked to put their hands in the air, then the chair or one of the officers would say X in the gallery has put their hand up. That would be fine in my view. Yeah.
So in that case, can we go back to the proposed amendments, because if it's a procedural matter rather than a matter of constitution, that can be dealt with in the way explained by Mr. Jones, and therefore are we in a position to agree those changes to both of those items? Is that agreed?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any dissent? No. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, actually, I think you were referring to the previous issue, the issue 4. Issue 5 is making no changes to the Constitution in relation to the voting from the gallery at the end of that in terms of paragraph 35. But I think members are in agreement with that.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. So issue 6 is the categories of officers falling within the definition of senior officers for disciplinary rules. This is just to tidy up and bring all of the definitions in line with each other. The wording is in track changes is outlined on page 151 and 152 in relation to the appeals committee and the IDC committee to bring those in line with the definitions elsewhere in the Constitution. So I think that's a fairly straightforward one. It's a tidying up issue.
just before I come to you, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Clear.
Actually, I was agreeing with Mr. J, so I'll hand it to Councillor Fowler.
Councillor Fowler.
It was agreed within the year, and I can't say exactly which meeting, that the appeals committee no longer hears disciplinary matters at all. So I would have thought this one's become irrelevant.
Mr. Jones.
Chairman, that was in relation to staff appeals. This is in relation to senior officers, statutory officers within the definitions of the local authority standing orders financial regulations or England regulations, which are, for instance, the head of paid service monitoring officer, section 151. They still have the right of an appeal, and that needs to go somewhere. So we remove the ordinary appeals for staff. This would be for those statutory officers.
Thank you. Well, we've never had one, so I hope we never do.
Members, no comments. Can we agree that recommendation?
Great.
Any dissent? James.
I'll try and speed up a little bit, Chairman, at some of these. So issue 7 was around thresholds and levels of financial delegation. There was a request to review the delegations of those financial thresholds. They're contained within the financial regulations. As a committee, you revise or you review those financial regulations on an annual basis. So as a working group, you decided that, or you recommend that those items are not included at this point, but incorporated into the financial regulations review. So no changes are proposed at this point on this item.
No comment. Happy to support.
Members, can we agree no changes? Any dissent? Thank you, members. That's agreed. Mr. Jones.
Okay, the next one may take a little bit longer. Issue 8, public participation, public questions and statements. So this was a number of issues were brought up here to try and align the processes. Paragraph 44 of your report, A to H, identifies the issues that we were seeking to clarify, bring in some consistency, and generally remove some of the ambiguity. So that the changes are not listed individually within the report, but I would refer members to the changes that are outlined from pages 160 through to 166 in the supplement. So I was referring to page 160, which is heading public participation. There are no changes on that page 160, and then page 161, where members will see the red text. If I can just say, there were inconsistencies between the procedures between public questions and statements, and a number of these recommendations were to bring those into line so that they are more consistent. But again, I'm happy to leave it there, Chair. Answer any questions.
Thanks, Mr.
Wait for any questions. That's okay. That's not too Chair.
Any comments from members? Councillor Cobb.
Yeah, I can't remember if I attended this one or not, but because you split it into two and I didn't attend the second one. I've got significant problems with a lot of the amendments, just purely because I feel as though, to use, I think it was an expression you probably used by Mr. McKinstry about them being promised a voice, the public being promised of a voice that would be heard clearly. We're now embarked on restricting the voice of the public in councils and committees, and so I've got severe problems with a lot of the restrictions. I don't mind tidying things up. It's just a lot of the restrictions in terms of the number of words used and in terms of the number of questions by members of the public.
Any other comments from members? Councillor Cliff.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I don't think we should be restricting members of the public at all. We're here, we're elected by members of the public, and if there's questions and they have them to ask and there's time for them to be allocated, they should be able to ask them.
Councillor Brown.
Like those previous members speaking, I've got significant issues with this, particularly things like 13.4.9, no member of the public may ask more than one question on any individual item of business as defined on the agenda of the meeting. I don't see the reason for that. I think we should encourage residents or members of the public to come and ask whatever questions they feel are necessary, and so that restriction I'm not happy with. And I have a concern around this whole section is around public questions, but there's been no public consultation or public engagement about potential changes to this. So obviously there's particular people who have an interest in this area, but I think if we're looking at making alterations to public questions and the public involvement in our committee meetings, those proposals need to go out to a public consultation or engagement with the public in one form or another. Or unfortunately, in this council, we haven't really got to grips with community engagement really for various reasons. But that should definitely, in my book, these sort of changes should not be considered until they've been we've had feedback from the public about their view of it.
Councillor Howell.
Yeah, I'd just refer to Mr. Soffiano's point about if somebody is not attending, then they'll get a written response only. And I just wondered whether that has been through the equalities team. So appointed because of the potential impact on, I think it says neurodivergent people and various other categories. Thank you.
James.
Chairman, it's not gone through the equalities group in that sense. I mean, we're not removing the right. There is a right to submit a question, and there is still a right to nominate somebody else, which is the existing provision. The difference, the restriction in terms of the statements in particular, is that it's removing the officer element to ask that question. There was debate, there was discussion at the working group whether those questions could be, or those statements could be read by councillors. This was the wording that was drawn up at this point. There are clearly other ways of public participation. Public can contact their ward councillor to ask something during a debate, and clearly members can raise those issues. They can contact all committee members if they wish to, and some of you will, members do that, or public do that already, or contact the report authors. So it's really in the gift of members. Clearly there's a series of recommendations here. Some of them are very, I think, very proactive, very positive about the deadline date, about some of those issues. So I wouldn't necessarily say we want to remove all of these if the committee is recommended or minded to do that. I think there are some benefits here for the public in participating.
Councillor Howell.
Yes, I think if you take the example of perhaps somebody who is seriously disabled, who possibly feel guilty about the amount of time that they ask from, or receive from other people who support them, they may not feel comfortable asking somebody to go to council to read out a question. But I think it is, they could still be viewing online. I think they still deserve to be involved in the process, and especially as they're likely to be from a group that have a more direct interest in receiving council services. So yeah, I feel a bit uncomfortable about that one. Thank you.
Councillor Cox.
To try and speed things up, I think it's everybody's benefit. Can I recommend that we do not accept the changes? Appreciate what Mr. Jones is saying, but I think it's too difficult. Not even time to go and weed out the ones that are practical and the ones that are not. But in general, that recommendation is human right. I certainly don't feel I can support what together other people don't. So I would say it is not recommended for the changes to the public participation as detailed be submitted.
Councillor Clare.
Thank you, Chair. I completely understand where Councillor Cox is coming from as part of these discussions. If I can, and I actually understand if members still will hold the same opinions as we've heard, in relation to nominating someone else to speak on your behalf, if you in Councillor Howe's example, absolutely understand where you're coming from. And if they weren't able to find someone, they are able to then go to their ward councillor, who can then raise that under councillor's questions, for example. And I think what we were trying to do is highlight other means and other ways that we can use our constitution to open up and be more democratic, be more transparent. So it's not closing things down, it's actually opening up and saying, okay, if we can't use this avenue, which might work for some people, may not for others, then we can use this other avenue where councillors could ask questions on behalf of their representatives. So I just wanted to put out the case that every issue on this has been done to open up our processes to allow more people in different ways to use our meetings and not to close it in any way. Thank you.
Councillor Howe?
Yeah, just to come back on that. I don't think there is a limit on a time limit on questions from the public. Is that well, there is one certainly on questions from councillors. And we've experienced regularly the situation where we're struggling to get all the questions answered in the stated period. So I think in the instance that you said there, we're actually closing down potentially the ability to ask questions if people are going to be funneled through councillors. Thank you.
James?
Chair, I'd refer members to page 160 of your pack, paragraph 13.2, which actually states that they the time for questions, statements and petitions from members of the public shall normally commence immediately after the item of declaration of interest on the agenda for the meeting and shall be restricted to a total of 15 minutes. So there is a restriction there that exists.
Any other comments? Councillor Cox, you've still got the microphone on. No? Councillor Phillips?
Well, I just say that, I mean, this is a difficult one, and we could go on for a very, very long time. And we're already nearly at 9 o'clock, and I think that Councillor Cox's suggestion that we just don't accept this and it goes back to the Constitution Working Group is probably the best one, because we're going to be here all night on this one. You know, well, obviously quite a few people are not happy with it.
Well, I think there are two alternatives. That's one of them. The other is that if the majority are opposed to it, it's something for council to determine, because otherwise we'll just go around the same boy again, I would imagine, and effectively get it talked out or not. So I think I'd seek some guidance from Mr. Jones, but for that latter one, that latter option, I think having taken it this far and it having been raised in the first place, isn't it ultimately for us to make a recommendation which then council can determine one way or the other?
Yeah, if you were to move a motion that no changes in relation to public participation at this meeting, meetings are made at this time, that would be included within the recommendations of the council. Effectively, though, I would be removing all of those amendments that were coming through and be putting forward no change technically at that point as well. I just think there are some real benefits to many of these items for the public and public participation, including clarification about who can respond to questions, about bringing forward the deadline or pushing back the deadline date for the submission of questions, about clearly defining what would be dealt with when a report is not available at the time of publication of the agenda. All of those are benefits. I think some of the other items are clarifying ambiguity that we as officers find very difficult in defining in terms of the word count. I think that's extremely useful to have that in there. I appreciate that may place a restriction, although when for instance, a title that contains 56 words in it, and we create a question that is now 156 words, is not in the spirit of being 100 words. And I think that provides, the wording we have here provides clarity. I totally get the response. I have to say questions at the moment. So the only amendment to questions is changing the word may nominate another person to saying another member of the public only. Now, our interpretation of that is that actually that's another person, effectively that's a member of the public, not an officer. Statements is quite explicit at the moment in the existing constitution to include an officer. So it was bringing them in line. If you wish to remove that, that's one that we could move forward with by removing, if that was the general consensus, so that you do allow it to be another person, including potentially an officer. Although I do have reservations about officers asking questions of a portfolio holder, which is potentially critical of the organisation, and we've had that deliberately placed before, where it's placing an officer in an awkward position. So I think that was the reason, the rationale behind some of those changes, that if a member of the public wishes to ask that question, then submit it, have the ability to nominate somebody else, but not an officer.
Councillor Fryler?
Yeah, I'm surprised that this is contentious at all, because when I read it, I thought what we've got at the moment, what we've been using at the moment is anti-democratic. There's too many restrictions. It's very restrictive, and I think I can't see why this doesn't open it up to more democracy. And clearly, people do think that, but I think it doesn't restrict anyone from doing anything they were doing before, and I think it opens it up a bit. But
Councillor Howell, I've let you come back, I think, 6 times now, but for the final time.
Well, I mean, these constitutional issues matter. If they don't matter, they shouldn't be brought here.
I'm not suggesting that they don't matter, Councillor Howell. I'm just pointing out that you've had more than sufficient opportunity so far in this debate, but please continue.
But I'm coming back on points that have been raised in the debate. I just think that it seems to me we might be trying to answer, solve problems that aren't yet problems. I just wonder, it's not my experience, and perhaps I'm wrong, but do we regularly get in the situation where, we going to exceed the 15 minutes and have to exclude questions from the public? I mean, is that what's driving these changes? If not, what is driving these changes?
I think it's a number of factors that Mr. James has done his utmost to outline. Do you want to come back, Mr. James?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the 15 minutes. I think the chairs of meetings are fairly relaxed with the length of time. So I don't think that's the issue and not the driver here. It is the ambiguity of the current procedure rules that place officers in a difficult position when we're trying to abide by the existing provisions. And I use the 100 words as an example. I repeat that what is included within that is 100 words, and yet we're being challenged to include a heading that is excessively long. We're being challenged around the use of abbreviations, acronyms, and symbols, grammatical symbols. For an example, an ampersand to me is a word, but yet we're being challenged on that, and that is taking up excessive amount of officer time in toing and froing around a definition. I think the clarity around some of that definition would provide officers to be able to deal with these matters much quicker and draw a line on matters.
I regularly get to see some of this stuff, so I can do nothing but concur with what Mr. James has said. The amount of officer time that is expended on some of these issues to no advantage to the members of the public, nor indeed the council's efficiency, is quite baffling to me sometimes. So I can well understand why you're hearing so directly from Mr. James this evening. But if it's the wish of this committee to go to a vote, and therefore the recommendation will be as Mr. James has outlined, then so be it, and we can spend no doubt innumerable hours at full council debating it as well. And the hour being the hour this evening, I think that's probably the only way forward, to be honest. I would like to wrap this up and move on to the next one, but Councillor Brown.
Yeah, just having looked at these proposals in 13.4, 13.5 and 13.6. I mean, yeah, I accept the argument that some of them are useful clarifications, and there are useful bits in there about the 5 clear days, if there's delayed reports and that sort of thing. So there are some improvements. But I do, in disagreement with what another member said, there are new restrictions coming in here. For example, no member of the public may ask more than one question on any individual item of business on the agenda, etc. I would like to make a proposal because I think there's only, I count about 4 contentious items within this, which some of us perceive as having additional restrictions. So I would like to propose that actually we accept the amendments within this section, within section 13.4, 13.5, 13.6, except the proposed 13.4.9, proposed 13.5.6, the proposed 13.5.7, proposed 13.5.9, which are those that I perceive as being restrictive. And I will also add to that where the Constitution references a 100-word limit. I think it's helpful, particularly for officers, to clarify what is included in that 100 limit. But I would simply say, because there may be arguments about that, where the Constitution mentions a 100-word limit, we clarify what includes those words, but we change that to a 120-word limit. I mean, 100 is very arbitrary. Why not? Let's just say 120. That can include the title, etc., and we move on from there.
I was actually going to say that before. I think actually it's just been proved by what the officer said, that there's been challenged about ampersands and all sorts of things like that. 100 words is ridiculous. I try to write something in 100 words and I'm being very succinct and just can't do it. It's not enough. Just need a few words more. I totally agree with you.
Members, we do need to move on because we've got a lot of other important business to deal with. I think we'll go straight to a vote. I hear what Councillor Brown says, but I think you've excluded quite a number there, so we're no better off actually. And we could have debate. We could have debate about this, the line by line, for which we simply don't have sufficient time tonight. I don't think any member of this committee would underestimate the importance of some of these other papers coming through tonight.
Chair, but I do
Councillor
believe
Howe.
that Councillor Brown put forward an amendment that I'd be happy to second that if he was going to follow through with that.
Mr. Jones, could you perhaps give some guidance as to what the outcome of such an amendment would be in terms of the recommendations going to full council?
Again, Chair, I think we were agreeing that we were going to take each one in turn. So this is effectively the recommendation from Audit and Governance in relation to this issue would be that the amendments proposed or as shown in red are accepted with the exception of, and then the paragraphs that Councillor Brown referred to, there were four of them, I believe, 1, 2, 3, 4, and the replacing 100 words with 120 words. I think we can word that as a recommendation through to Council. And I think that addresses some of the points. I think we do then get the benefits of many of the other items, the clarity, the ambiguity, removal, and we can then see how that operates, and then maybe the new council will need to reconsider it if there's a consequence.
And those of the opposing view will get the opportunity to deal with that at council.
Absolutely, I think you could put that to the vote here, and then that's the recommendation onto council, and then so absolutely that can be voted on.
So I think for expediency this evening, I'm perfectly happy to allow that to go forward in that format, on the basis that others can spend, including ourselves, as much time as they like at full council, getting to a conclusion. And I say that out of some frustration, the working group having spent so much time on these issues already, and some members of the working group have clearly opposed to them tonight. So I think that's probably the best way forward. So members, would you manage to agree that we proceed in that way, and we can then leave that debate to another time, having done the work of the working group in the past? Can that be agreed? Yes, indeed. I'm explaining what the outcome of that is going to be. Whatever is moved tonight, it will all go forward to full council, and the debate will be no doubt repeated and expanded on at that stage. So I think that's what's being agreed this evening. Do you want to go to the vote on it? Does everybody agree on that? Agreed? Any dissent? None. Mr. James.
Chairman, I think the next group are hopefully a little bit less contentious. So issue 9, access to the documents overview and scrutiny board and committees. Now, I appreciate there may be wider issues with this particular point, but when we had the previous review by Wakeman's, they introduced a new heading into the Constitution. The wording of the existing paragraphs remain the same. However, because of the introduction of that new heading within the Constitution, the sections have become disjointed. So by adding in the, as is underlined in paragraph in the recommendation of 50 and 24.5, that rejoins the two sections that are currently separated by that heading.
Councillor Fleur,
No comment and agree.
any comments from members? Councillor Howe.
Just a quick one on the numbering. I find this constitution, I mean, I deal with constitutions for my living, and I find it a difficult one to navigate. I think that is partly because of the different sections and numbering, and it requests that the working group in future consider having a numbering system where you don't have different sections starting at 1. Every clause has its own number, which is different, and that would make it a lot easier for people to find a relevant clause, because when you're trying to do this, often quickly in a council meeting, it is difficult to manoeuvre. Thank you.
Any comment, Mr. James?
We can certainly look at that in the future, although the parts, what we have introduced in the previous review with Wakeman's was whenever we reference a procedural rule, we now add in the reference to the relevant part. So in this example, it says subject to rule 24.4 and 24.5 of this part 4A. So, and there are hyperlinks in there, I think, if you click on those numbers. I do take the point, a consecutive numbering all the way through would be useful, but they are separate documents, and that may be extremely challenging in producing those as separate documents.
Can I just say that, I mean, when you're doing this quickly, you often don't know which section you are in, and therefore you're running, because you're going up this piece of screen, it's difficult to manage. Even you're juggling a piece of paper, it is practically difficult to do when you're doing it quickly. You have a time limit to stand up before business moves on.
So members, can we agree the recommendation, please? All agreed? Any dissent? Mr. Jones.
Okay, issue 10 is the prevent channel, statutory functions. Again, we've had a request from the community safety professionals. There's guidance and recommendations that the prevent channel is referenced in the Constitution. We've identified that probably the most appropriate place is in the Article 12 in relation to the decision-making principles, by including reference into that the statutory duties for counter-terrorism, prevention of violent extremism, and the prevent agenda.
Councillor Freer.
No comment, Chair. Agreed on this one as well.
Any comments from members? Can we agree that recommendation? All agreed? Any dissent? No. Mr. Jones.
Issue 11 is in relation to the Youth Parliament members who sit on the Children's Services Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Chairman of that committee has requested that references included within the Constitution to their role, the Youth Parliament representatives within the Constitution. There are two changes within in Article 6 and in Part 3A in terms of the scheme of delegation. Again, they're outlined on pages 146 and 150.
Councillor Freer.
Thank you, Chair. Very brief. This was a good clarification, I think, and widening the field as much as we can with our including our young people members as well. Thank you. So I'll support. Agree.
Members, any comments? Can we agree the recommendation? All agreed? Any dissent? There isn't any. Mr. James.
Issue 12, planning process governance issues. These were raised by Councillor Brooke at the meeting. There are no proposed changes to the Constitution. There was discussion around the particular issues, and as highlighted there, the head of audit and management assurance provided an update in relation to some of those issues, but there are no changes recommended. It's not the issues raised are not constitutional issues.
Members, can we Can we agree no changes and that they're not constitutional anyway? Agreed. Any dissent? No. Mr. Jones.
Issue 13, voting by councillors who have not been present for the whole of a relevant item or debate. This is not recommending, sorry, this is recommending a small change, but just to clarify, there's no legal legislative requirement for a councillor to be present during a debate on an item in order to vote. We've, both the monitoring officer and myself, have consulted our relevant bodies, and we were unable to find any local authority that had such provisions in there for ordinary debates. There are provisions in their relation to planning, budget, and other regulatory matters. And you'll see in here there are some concerns raised by other monitoring officers around having such a provision and the risks that would provoke. However, the working group didn't support the introduction of restrictive rules. There was a recommendation to include an extra sentence that says it is the responsibility of each councillor to properly inform themselves and ensure they are sufficiently appraised of any matter before voting. That's outlined on page 168.
Thank you, Chair. Just very brief. Yeah, like Mr. James says, there's no statutory obligation here, but I think in what we were trying to achieve was to be a bit more open for members. So for example, if someone was running late, no fault of their own in a traffic accident, and they can hands-free listen to the meeting over their Bluetooth, so they can come in and they can be informed when they take part in the meeting. Again, it's not statutory, so but it's just trying to be more open and helpful for members. Thank you.
Members, any comments? Councillor Phipps.
I appreciate that this relates to a meeting. Right. What about if, as has happened, a meeting is adjourned? And then it come back another day and you get different people who haven't heard the first part of the meeting, which could have been half of the debate or more than half of the debate. Is there any reference to anything like that in this, or should there be?
Mr. Jones.
Again, there's no legislative requirement that a member is present for both parts of a meeting in that scenario. The additional part, because clearly requires members to ensure that they are sufficiently appraised. That could be by reviewing, listening to the YouTube event. They may have been listening online at the time anyway, live, and they may not be able to make the original meeting, and they could come back to the subsequent meeting and participate and vote. There are, if I can put it, there are sometimes items that are brought to committee, not debated, and yet members vote on it. They have the paper, they have the report, and they can vote at that point. So there is no necessarily any debate.
Members, any other comments? Are we able to agree the recommendation? Is there any dissent? No. Mr. James.
Okay, issue 14 is around the attendance of councillors at meetings and the recording, how we record those in our system on the website for data. There were suggestions that we could record the reasons for absence and so on. I've set out here, again, I don't want to go through line by line, I've set out here how our processes work, but to reassure members, if a member does not give their apologies for a meeting, we will record them as absent. If they give their apologies, then they're absent with apologies. So there is a clear distinction within the system. I say here that in terms of recording reasons for absence, that would be onerous on democratic services. It's not a legal requirement, and I certainly wouldn't recommend that from a resource perspective. So the recommendation is no changes to the Constitution.
Members, can we agree no change to the Constitution on this item?
Right.
Agreed. Councillor Howell.
Yeah, just a question. When on the statistics that are published on the website, if somebody is substituted, are they recorded as being present at that meeting for those figures?
Chairman, through you. The original member would not be in the attendance. They are substituted, and therefore, for the duration of that meeting, not a member. So it wouldn't impact on their stats. But the member who is clearly substituting would then be present as a substitute.
Members, can we agree no change? Any dissent? No. Mr. Jones?
Issue 15 was Cabinet plus lead member on scrutiny. Get a request to review the arrangements for lead members. We highlighted Article 6, the overview and scrutiny, and the paragraph within that relating to lead members and their participation in meetings. And the working group recommend the existing provisions provide sufficient clarity and no changes are required.
Councillor Fair?
Thank you, Chair. Very brief. This was an important item that we discussed, and it was good that we got clarification on this, so all members know going forward the reason for lead members overall really not sitting on ONS, but obviously we have what we have in front of us. So I support. Thank you.
Members, any comments? Councillor Brown?
Yeah, I mean, I do have some concerns about this. I'm glad it clarifies in paragraph 76 there about what the Constitution already says, that as they have no delegated powers to take individual decisions, the lead members of the Cabinet may be a member of ONS only where there is no conflict between their Cabinet support work and the matters under consideration by review and scrutiny. To me, that's not a black and white issue. You know, there may be grey areas there, and that's what worries me, that there can be grey areas around that. And I think by being a lead member, you know, they are sort of tied into the sort of Cabinet joint responsibility, and they're sort of signed up to, you know, the strategy and the agenda of Cabinet overall, which to me presents some level of conflict of interest on any matters with an overview and scrutiny. So I do have concerns around that. I think it helps that that's clarified there, but I do have concerns about grey areas where there may be arguments about, well, that is or isn't within there, whether there is or isn't a conflict. Who decides that?
And how would you propose to fix that? The reason I asked the question is because obviously the working group had that discussion and came to the conclusion on the basis of paragraph 76 that the changes to the Constitution would be appropriate. Councillor Cobb.
I have similar problems with this, Councillor Brown, because for purely transparency reasons that I don't think lead members are, you know, or Cabinet plus members, whatever you want to call them, are seen to be part of the Cabinet. And therefore, to be on overview and scrutiny, I personally don't think it's right. I think there should be a clear distinction between the two. One's an executive, one's an overview and scrutiny. And I think that by allowing that, we're blurring the lines. But that's just.
Councillor Phillips.
I just make the point that the lead members are part of the administration. They have a special responsibility allowance for that. They clearly are part of it. And I don't think this is right, but they should be allowed to deal with things like this. I don't agree with the recommendation.
Councillor Fair.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, members know I'm speaking over two hats on. I think why we got to this position was that for me personally, I wouldn't sit on an ONS because I do believe that those lines are drawn, and I think it would be it would not be fit and proper for me to do so. I think that's why we ended up with that wording. For me personally, that is kind of a blanket for all ONSs. So that's only my personal view on this, Chair. So I'm happy to leave it as it is, just because I think other league members as well are of the same opinion. I'd be very surprised if we ended up with an ONS meeting with a league member, even if it wasn't part of their role. But if members are minded, we could possibly, with the time, and it's quite a straightforward issue on this, it could be one to be debated at full council and reflection, but I'm of a similar mind to members on this. Thank you.
So, Mr. Jones, if we will take this to full council for debate, which I'm minded we should do, how best should we proceed this evening?
I think just some general comments. First of all, clearly lead members are not executive members. They're not on the executive. You can only have 10 members on an executive by definition, so by legally. The lead members do seek advice. I think there was a question who gives that advice, and if there is a potential conflict, they may seek advice from the monitoring officer in relation to a matter. And clearly, if there was evidence of a breach of that duty and they had a conflict and they participated in a meeting that they should not have done, then that could give rise to a complaint through the code of conduct as a breach. So clearly I'm not inviting complaints clearly through that process. But I think in terms of if you were, I think clearly the recommendation here is no change. That could be debated at council if you push that one forward as we are at the moment. I think my concern is it's the disenfranchising of members participating in matters that they're clearly not involved in, may be a question. And I think that could present issues when members may genuinely not have a lead member, might be a lead member for something very distinct and not related to the overview and scrutiny. But if you place a bar on any overview and scrutiny, then that could prevent them from engaging in that process.
Thank you. Councillor Howell.
I agree with colleagues on this side of the room from all different parties or groups. It does seem to me that there is a conflict here because somebody's sitting there taking quite a large allowance, and if they vote in a way that is against the administration, then they risk losing that allowance. I'm not talking necessarily about just the current situation. That's just how power dynamics work. So people, are quite protected of allowances in a lot of situations because, for various reasons. So I just think we should be saying that they shouldn't be sitting on open scrutiny. It's fine to sit on regulatory committees, but not open scrutiny ones.
That's Brown.
Yeah, thanks for that, and I agree with Councillor Howell. Let's cut to the chase. We're recommending no changes because it says lead members of the Cabinet may be a member of ONS only where there's no conflict with their Cabinet support work. And as I've said, I feel there's a grey area there. And I think this is down to public perception as well. Even if there's not a direct conflict, the public may not like that idea. So I think we should cut to the chase. And I'd like to propose that Audit and Governance do recommend changes to the Constitution in this area such that lead members of the Cabinet may not be a member of overview and scrutiny committees. Clear as that. And that recommendation can go to full council.
Is that seconded by council? Any other comments on the amendment? In that case, I will go straight to what I think will be a vote. All those in favour, please indicate. And those against? And I think it'd be helpful if it was noted that myself and two other members abstained from the vote. And it can be determined then at full council. Mr. Jones.
Just two to go, Chair. Issue 16, eligibility for election of office. This is to address an issue that clearly has recently arisen and to provide a remedy going forward. I said at the working group, I consider the issues that arose at the licensing committee were correct at that point, and I would cite the Police and Crime Commissioner elections in May 2021, where there was an ineligible candidate nominated at that point and the election was rerun. There were no other provisions available. It is a matter of local choice, as you were advised, I think, at the meeting, and this provides a remedy to resolve that matter should the reoccurrence occur in future, and we could remedy it quickly by because we would have, if we adopt this, have a procedure in place to award that seat to the candidate with the second highest votes where a ballot takes place.
Councillor Fear?
No comment, Chair, and agree.
Members' comments. Councillor Britt?
It would be remiss of me not to comment on this item as the person significantly disadvantaged by the failure of the Constitution to sort of cover this scenario. Obviously, it occurred at the licensing committee, and I think for the first time in my career as a councillor, the committee decided to jump back to the previous agenda item and rerun it. And I've never experienced that in a council meeting. I know there's differing legal advice, and I take the point there that Police and Crime Commission election in Wiltshire, there's a certain route taken. I'd say, to me, that's quite different in terms of a sort of public election. And also the difference, the licensing committee, was that by the time that agenda item was rerun, 2 members of the committee had actually left the meeting under the impression that that agenda item had been done and didn't get to vote in the rerunning of that agenda item. And I think that's a big difference, at least in a Police and Crime Commission election. It's recalled and all the public can re-vote. It wasn't the same in the licensing committee. So yeah, I'm fully in support of this change, and personally, I'd probably like it to be made retrospective as well, but I suspect that's not going to be a chance. But yeah, I'll support the change.
Any other comments from members? Can we agree the recommendation? Any dissent? No. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Chair. And finally, issue 17, Planning Committee delegations. This cross-references the Code of Conduct and Protocols, which includes the local Code of Best Practice for planning matters, relating to planning matters. That code includes reference to the importance of early engagement of councillors in planning issues related to potential planning applications, in other words, the sort of the pre-application issues. However, there is no specified delegation to the Planning Committee to consider those matters. So this is simply introducing a delegated item so that those matters could be considered by the Planning Committee. It was referenced earlier on, and the Planning Committee is clearly a public meeting, and those items would fall within the access to information provisions. So unless the item under discussion was an exempt item, and I can only think of an example where the government instructs, so there's a confidential provision where a government instructs you to hold those discussions in private. And we have no discretion there. Those items would be held in public.
Councillor Fear?
No comment, Chair, and agree.
Members, any comments? Can we agree the recommendation? All agreed? Any dissent? No. Members, Mr. Jones, could you take me back to the...
I can. If I just refer you back to page 131 of the pack, includes the recommendations A. The recommendation A is the ones that you've already gone through, all of those issues, 1 to 17, and then B is the or any necessary and consequential technical formatting related changes and delegating authority to the monitoring officer to make those sorts of things. Are typographical errors. I think Councillor Iyengar identified one, and numbering, renumbering.
So the first proposal is obviously subject to the individual votes or agreements that we amended during the course of the evening.
Chairman, if I clarify, I think we will pull out and extract all of the issues and the recommendations arising, including those that have been amended within the agenda. So you will have a series of 18 recommendations within the council agenda.
Yes, I think that's the right way forward, because the recommendation that's there talks about amendments as in the paper in front of us before we discussed it. So, members, can we agree, subject to that amendment, to be those recommendations? Is that all agreed? Any against? No, all agreed. Thank you very much indeed, members. That concludes item 8 on the agenda. Taking us to item 9, which is governance of corporate health and safety and fire safety, which is, I think, for Mr. Stannard to briefly introduce as Head of Audit and Management Assurance. I'm assuming that Rebecca Laurie, our Health and Safety Manager, is still online. Mr. Stannard.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say two things before invite Bex to present the report. Firstly, just to explain, I will remind members actually why these two agenda items 9 and 10 are on this agenda. So in our terms of reference as this committee, to consider arrangements for health and safety, fire safety and emergency planning. So it's a term of reference. And I have instructed my two officers who are in my wider audit and management assurance team to be brief, because I did guess that we would be lengthy into this meeting. So that would give members maximum opportunity to ask questions. So if they are too brief, please blame me, not them. Thank you.
I don't think we'll be blaming you at all, actually, Mr. Stannard. I'd ask them to be particularly brief, and I'm sure that members will have absorbed all the information prior to the meeting. So can I turn to Rebecca Laurie, the Health and Safety Manager? Ms. Laurie.
Thank you. Good evening. I'll be through a couple of the salient points in agenda item 9, which is the governance of the corporate health and safety and fire safety team, pages 171 to 175. Moving to the actual governance of health and safety and fire safety, the strategic levels are working really well. The health and safety and fire safety board meetings are well attended, obviously chaired by Graham when he has time in his diary. Senior officers are attending the meetings, or sending a representative where feasibly possible. There are some issues with the tactical level, particularly the Safety Supporter Forum. We are reaching out to the forum. There's a meeting on the 6th of December. We hope to identify a way forwards, possibly new governance arrangements, so that if a safety supporter isn't attending, that they let their service director know. Meanwhile, the health and safety team continue to cascade knowledge by attending the service director at quarterly meetings. The team also produces a monthly corporate update, which is readily available. In order to keep it brief, I would then take you to point 23 with the HSE. The HSE Health and Safety Executive made an unannounced visit to a highways construction site between Wimborne Road and Serpentine Road in Poole. Perhaps councillors might be familiar with the sustainable travel improvements taking place in that area. The visit was following a complaint regarding deep level excavation. However, this was unfounded. The site inspection did raise some concerns though, and follow-up questions have indicated that some areas will require improvement, such as formalising a formal health and safety surveillance scheme. Just to clarify, health surveillance is a system of ongoing health checks. The health checks may be required by law for employees who are exposed to noise, vibration, solvents, fumes, dusts, biological agents, and other substances hazardous to health, such as lead or asbestos. But just to clarify, BCP Council does not do any non-notifiable, only does, non-notifiable, non-licensed asbestos work. And to keep it brief, I'm open to questions. Thank you.
Members, do you have any questions? Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's a shame this has come so late in the meeting, because actually I think health and safety and fire safety are of immense importance. You know, we can sort of overlook them a bit because they're business as usual, but and we've seen it with other local authorities. You know, the risk of fire safety, can mean property damage and losses, but in the most extreme cases, it can mean the loss of many lives. When things go wrong, it can go badly wrong, and local authorities have got things wrong in the past and been responsible for that. We've seen the implications in recent years, so I think it's critically important that we do sort of pay attention to this. We understand what's been done, and we do sort of look carefully at the governance and the reporting. And I know particularly, we talked about its financial implications. For me, it's more than financial because it's potentially life and death.
But, paragraph 38 talks about financial implications, that potential financial risks associated with inadequate or non-compliant health, safety and welfare or fire safety could lead to financial penalties and losses. And more than that could lead to the loss of life or injury at worst. So, and I like paragraphs 47 and 48 about the summary of the risk assessment, about failure to report annually. We need to keep looking at this on an annual basis and be aware of what's going on and question officers and make sure that we're happy with what we're being told. Paragraph 48 talks about annual reporting to this committee is considered appropriate, and there's the option of exception reporting if relevant officers or members are concerned that governance arrangements require more frequent review. To an extent, I think actually it's good that it comes before audit and governance, and that's public, it's held in public. The public can see what's being discussed, and any other members can do. But to an extent, I think things like corporate parenting, that goes to full council, a corporate parenting report, so that all councillors are corporate parents, and so that we're aware of what's been done in that area. I don't know whether officers or managers could comment whether it would be appropriate for all members to be briefed on this kind of report as well across the whole council, because at the end of the day, it's not just down to the members of audit and governance to make sure that we've got the right health and safety and fire safety procedures and governance in place. It's actually all members of the council really should take responsibility for that, making sure this organisation is doing everything it can to avoid devastating consequences of getting this wrong.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Mr. Stannard?
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, I look to Richard actually because obviously at the moment it's terms of reference of this committee, whether there's a constitutional change or a terms of reference change required, but that seems to be the only solution should members wish that to be the case. Although, as you said, Councillor Brown, any councillor can come to this meeting, and hopefully most councillors read these reports anyway. Maybe that's naive, but
Thank you, Mr. Stannard. Well, I agree with the comments that Councillor Brown has made. Two things occurred to me very briefly out of this report, and I attach very, very large corporate responsibility in this that goes right to the top of the organisation and necessarily should and must. And it's one of those areas that cannot be, if you like, delegated. It is a responsibility of all. So I will ask my standard question around health and safety and fire safety, which is, in your opinion, from the position you hold, are you satisfied that sufficient resources are being extended to these important issues, these important areas? And I asked that repeatedly in my former council and was asked of it repeatedly too. And secondly, in the paper, the corporate directors responsible are the chief executive in terms of health and safety, and the outgoing corporate director, Julian Elsker-Thorpe, for fire safety. I just wondered what interim ultimate responsibility is being taken at the corporate level. That's a question best asked to the chief executive.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, we're putting in place interim arrangements at the moment. Fire safety lies with the facilities management team in terms of practical arrangements, so that would go at the moment through Matthew Brownstep. However, we do need to have a look at, we have a proposal to construct a corporate landlord model, and that corporate landlord will then take more direct responsibility for those issues around fire safety. Clearly, the ultimate responsibility lies with me, and I will make sure that we have arrangements in place, both on an interim and on a permanent basis.
In terms of the resource issues, Mr. Stannard?
yeah, thank you, Chair. In terms of health and safety, my health and safety team has been light of FTEs this year, and accordingly we have had to prioritise the essential work, and what we've not done that we intimated we would do last financial year, the last report that this committee had, would be more of those compliance audits going out proactively rather than reactively. So that hasn't happened, and that's not through want of trying. The market is extremely difficult to recruit health and safety officers to. So we've had no, diktat from senior officers to make savings or anything like that. It's simply the fact that we've been unable to, and that's through trying through agencies as well as permanent recruitment routes. So it's just an extremely difficult market at the moment. But in terms of the establishment resource, that is appropriate, and I can give you assurance there. And we're trying our utmost to recruit to that full establishment right now.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Stannard. I think the recruitment issue has actually been a problem in those areas, not just recently, but for some years. And if it gets more difficult, it may be something that corporately the council needs to look at in terms of the resource being applied to it, because we can't have half measures on these important issues, can we? So members, Councillor Brown?
I thank members for the sort of comments. I'd like to just propose an additional recommendation C, actually, after this, that we ask the Chair of Audit and Governance to issue a copy of this report to all members so that they can be informed about our health and safety and fire safety governance arrangements and the structure of those teams and the work that's being done. I think it's a simple thing to at least inform all members. I know members may not sort of pick up and open and look at their emails religiously, but I think at least that ticks a box that actually all members of this council, are able to have an awareness of how health and safety, fire safety is managed within the organisation and how it's governed. So, simple additional recommendation.
Councillor Brown, I'll be very supportive of that additional recommendation, and if agreed by committee tonight, I'll work with Mr. Stannard to see whether we need to do some overriding narrative to the paper itself before I send it to members. But I think that's well intentioned and a useful addition to what we've got here this evening. And the reason I say I'll work with Mr. Stannard is I might want to try and incorporate a flavour of the points that I was raising a moment ago. And I think perhaps the Chief Executive might want to have input into that, because there will otherwise be questions coming back from members which perhaps we've already answered here this evening. So it won't go out tomorrow, but it could go out, I think, probably in the next week. So members, with the addition of the recommendation that's suggested by Councillor Brown, which I think I'm seconding very willingly, could we just go to a vote on the three recommendations together? I'll read out the first two as is our normal practice. Health and safety and fire safety ongoing governance arrangements continue to be reported to the Audit and Governance Committee annually. And B, Audit and Governance Committee notes the continued progress in implementing the health and safety and fire safety governance arrangements and the operational updates. So all those in favour, please indicate. Thank you very much indeed, members. And could I say a big thank you also to Rebecca Laurie for staying on the call so late. You'll be relieved to know that we've still got quite a bit of business to get through, but your attendance has been very much appreciated, so thank you. Takes us on to...
Thank you, Chair.
Takes us on to item 10 on the agenda, last. Emergency planning and business continuity update report. Again, I'll pass to Mr. Stannard as the head of audit and management assurance, who I think has Alison Whiteley on the call, who's the emergency planning and resilience manager. Mr. Stannard.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to say anything precursor to this one. Just to say it's Alison Whitley, my emergency planning and resilience manager. So over to Alison through the chair, if I may.
Thank you very much indeed. So Alison Whiteley, welcome to Audit and Governance this evening. Members will have read the paper, and given the hour, we would appreciate brevity, please, and then we'll see whether there are any questions from members.
Thank you, Chair, and I will indeed be brief. This is a governance report. The key thing, probably just to draw members' attention to, is the ongoing work to really embed our governance arrangements that we've been working on in the past 18 months. We now have a framework with meetings, as referenced in the document, at a sort of tactical and strategic level. Those are, finding their feet, starting to work well, and we're starting to put them through their paces. And a good example of that, tying in with some of the business continuity work, we've just had a large exercise across the council to develop business impact analyses, looking at our critical functions and what we need to continue to develop. There's a deadline coming up next week that the board has set, so we're going to put that sort of programme through its paces or framework to see how the organisation has responded to that, and then how the board will react to what the organisation actually submits. So that's a really good example of how we're trying to really embed our governance arrangements and move them from sort of more paper into practical living sort of arrangements across the organisation. So just to sake of brevity, I will open up to questions.
Members, do you have any questions? There don't appear to be any questions, which is unusual on this committee. But thank you. Your report must have covered all issues. Chief Executive.
Sorry, Chair, just add a small comment. At both meetings of the Charter Trustees, we were talking about the role of Charter Trustees versus the role of the Chair versus the role of the Council and the officers in, for example, Operation London Bridge following the death of the Queen. And I think that's one issue where emergency planning system took over, but actually we need to make sure we represent the role of councillors in a different way. So I think this is a really good report, sets out what we're doing on emergency planning. I just wanted to flag that we also need to do a bit of work around commemorative events, major national or local, and there is a bit of work still to be done around the relative role of councillors, charter trustees and officers. Because whilst I think we're very good at dealing with emergencies, we've had 2 years of practice with emergencies, with COVID, ongoing emergency, actually we need to just make sure we reflect the role of members in some of those commemorative events rather than just emergencies.
I think that's a point well made, and I completely agree. And certainly from experience, going back a long time into former council, that was my experience as leader and as a member. Members, we have 4 recommendations, and they're all for noting, but I will read them out as is our normal practice. Firstly, that we're asked to note the emergency planning and business continuity activity that has taken place during the monitoring period. B, the significant progress in delivering the business continuity management programme. C, the ongoing development of resilience governance arrangements, including the process for debriefing, capturing, learning and monitoring the implementation of recommendations. And D, the national level update on resilience and the implications of this. Members, could we agree to note? Thank you very much. And could I thank Alison Whiteley very much indeed for staying so long and presenting to us this evening. Please don't go away thinking that the brevity of our response isn't anything other than a really comprehensive report that we've had in front of us this evening, and we appreciate the work you're doing. Quite often with emergency planning, it's only when it's really necessary to enact that planning that people take notice, and I appreciate that must sometimes be a little debilitating, but when it comes into practice, it's obviously the most important thing at the moment. So thank you very much indeed for attending this evening.
Thank you, Chair.
Members, that takes us on to item 11 on the agenda, which is the Treasury Management Monitoring Update for Q2 2022-23. I think we have Matt Filmer, the Assistant Chief Financial Officer, on the call. Mr. Filmer, we're very familiar with your report, and again, given the hour, I think brevity would be appreciated. Mr. Fulmer.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Audit and Governance. So I'll keep a straightforward report. I think probably the main thing to highlight is the economic conditions, which I'm sure you've seen played out in the news, and changes in government policy over the last month. Just to highlight Table 1, which sets out the interest rate forecasts, you'll see the bank rate is expected to increase to around 5% by March next year. The current bank rate is 2.25%, so we're likely to see some quite sizable increases. Potentially next week, the market's currently factoring about a 1% increase to the bank rate. Just to give you a sort of an idea about some of the swings in government debt that's occurred over the last month, and put it into some perspective. Last November, we borrowed £17 million, 1.5%. That loan about 2 weeks ago was just short of 6% if we want to do exactly the same loan. Today, it's just over 4%. So we're seeing some massive swings in government debt, which then feeds into local government debt. And standard report for Table 2 sets out the performance, which we're currently forecasting a £1.5 million favourable variance, and that's all down to higher interest rates and higher investment income. And Table 3 and Table 4 just set out the investments and borrowing held as at the end of September. So I'll stop there, Chair, and happily take any questions.
Members, do you have any questions? Councillor Brown.
Just a quick comment, actually. I thank the officer for obviously dealing with difficult times with the variability, and one just wishes that actually the markets just stabilise, and we know where we are, because I think that's what markets want. They don't want unpredictable things throwing them off course and frightening them, which we've had in recent weeks. But I just looking at Table 2 particularly, I have to sort of congratulate the officers in terms of our strategy, just in terms of budget. Obviously, when the interest paid on borrowings is on budget, as we'd expect, because with my assessment of it is basically we fixed all of our borrowings on fixed interest rates, so we know what to budget for them. But in terms of income and interest we're receiving, it's pretty much all or mostly variable. So effectively, we've positioned ourselves to have no downside in terms of hitting our budget and unlimited upside, and that's what's displaying on that table.
Fulmer, would you like to comment?
Yeah, for you, Chair. Our debt is mostly fixed and that is variable, and it's inflation linked, but we have taken necessary budget provision to deal with that, and hence there's zero variance on an interest payable. But you're right, investment income is a variable piece. It's driven by interest rates, and hence the favourable surplus that we've estimated.
Councillor Howell.
Thank you. Just a question about inflation. You say that it is not yet peaked. There's some debate, isn't there, as to how much of this is a temporary increase because it only gets recognised kind of once the increase, and how much is kind of baked in because of the printing of money. And I know I was on a call with somebody at the Bank of England about 4 years ago, and they were absolutely insistent that quantitative easing didn't cause inflation, and now central bankers seem to quite freely admit that it is causing inflation. So, where are we in that balance, really, in terms of, there being too much money in the economy causing inflation, and the prices increasing because of issues like rising oil prices? Thank you.
Fulmer.
For you, Chair, I'm not sure my economic knowledge is stretched to understand impact on inflation, but what I would say is that the report cites the August rate. The September rate was 10.1% for CPI, which was the highest it's been in 40 years. The Bank of England, in their recent report, cited that they'll see inflation peak in October at around about 11%, and then that should start seeing some of the energy costs that we've seen peak come out of the equation, and we should start to see inflation come down. But of course, that's just a forecast, and there's lots of macro environment influences on that, so that could change.
Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Richards.
Yeah, maybe just to come in and just add a little bit of colour. I think what we have to also remember is that the Bank of England have a 2% inflation target, and they have a requirement to use all the tools in their armoury to actually reduce that to 2% as soon as humanly possible. Clearly they've used quantitative easing when they've felt it was appropriate to. They've withdrawn some of that quantitative easing when they felt it's appropriate to do so, and they've reinstated it, when they felt it's appropriate to do so. I'm sure they'll be driven by that target with regards to the actions they take into the future.
Thank you. Very useful comment. Thank you. Councillor Pitt.
Just on paragraph 16, so the current forecast is an underspend of 1.5 million on interest receivable budgets, reflecting the increase in interest rates and still being in receipt of a number of significant grants from central government. How much do those grants equate to, and how are they reflected, or are they reflected within this underspend of 1.5 million? How does that equate? Do they equate to each other?
Mr. Filmer?
Through you, Chair. I mean, that's quite a detailed count of that, but as an example, some of the central government grant that we weren't expecting coming into this year, things like the council tax rebate, the £150 that we initially got at the beginning of this financial year, we weren't expecting that. That was a cash lump sum that we've had, and we've been able to earn interest on that before distributing it as we have. That's just an example of unknown funding that we've had that then plays out into these forecasts.
Mr. Richards?
Yeah, again, for you, Chair, maybe to add a little bit of embellishment to that, in the sense that what we also have to remember is that as at the 31st of March 2022, we were holding around about £40 million of government grants in our reserves. And clearly that has helped as our cash and our interest receivable position. Clearly there's been some use of that as we go through the year. And Mr. Matt's referred to potential additions to that during the course of the year, with some of that being used as we go through the year as well, in line with the grant conditions.
There are no more questions. Nobody's notified. So could we just go to the recommendation? The recommendation is simply to note the reported activity of the Treasury Management function for April to September 2022. Can we agree to note, members? Agreed. That's agreed. Thank you very much indeed for your attendance tonight, Mr. Fulmer. Sorry we've kept you waiting so late, but your report is much appreciated, and we look forward to seeing the next report in due course. Thank you very much. Members, that takes us on to item 12 on the agenda, which is risk management and the corporate risk register update. Of course, members will recall that we dealt at some length with risks 9 and 13 at our additional audit and governance meeting only last Thursday, a week ago. What I would ask you, though, just to bear in mind, without spending too much time on it, is our forward plan item, because risk management arrangements review is one of the key items in that next meeting on the 1st of December. And I think, Councillor Phipps, you had one item you'd like to see progressed up to that meeting. It's an opportunity for us to have a little bit more insight into some of the risks, rather than making it a general all of the risks session, which won't actually achieve the objective of holding that meeting. I don't know, Mr. Stannard, whether you wanted to do any introduction, or shall I just go straight to? I'll go straight to Fiona Manton, who is the Risk and Insurance Manager, who is online. Good evening, Miss Manton. Sorry to keep you so late. We are running rather behind time this evening, so we're familiar with your report, and indeed I'm sure all members have read this current report, so brevity would be appreciated. Miss Manton.
Thank you, Chairman, and good evening. This is the usual quarterly update to this committee of the Council's Corporate Risk Register. In order to keep this relatively short. Obviously, the risks and the risk updates are covered off in Appendix 1. The material changes to the risks are covered off in paragraphs 11 to 16 of the report. And just also to make mention that we also, as part of the review of risk, we look at the risks that sit just below corporate level, the key assurance level risks. These cover areas such as the Health and Safety Board, the Information Governance Board, and the business continuity and contingency planning issues. And paragraph 10, we confirm that we're satisfied these are currently managed at board level. We introduce in the report a new level of risk review at paragraphs 17 to 19. This is the dynamic risk review process that's been included from for the last quarter, whereby recognising the rapidly changing environment and increasingly complex interaction between some of the corporate risks, there's now a standard item on the Corporate Management Board to routinely discuss the risks. At paragraph 21, I'd make mention to the ongoing work to introduce the risk application to collate risk registers. This is now nearing completion, and we're in the testing phase. So certainly during the next quarter, we hope that work will be completed. And then service updates are included at paragraph 20. Those were the issues I wish to draw to your attention, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Members, do you have any questions for Ms Manton? Councillor Howell.
Yes, a couple, thanks. Firstly, I wonder if you could quickly explain how essentially the information that's in these risk assessments translates into action on an ongoing process. You referred to like the dynamic process and it being looked at the Corporate Management Committee, but you know, what stops it from just becoming a document that becomes a background document, just one of many other documents that you know, just sit there, and you know, how do you maintain focus on it so that you know, it's an absolute priority to deal with these risks?
Thank you, through you, Chair. I think I would say we're very fortunate. The Chief Executive is very supportive of the risk management process for BCP Council, and therefore there is focus on the updating of the risks routinely. There's a great interest in the subject and continuing to update them. Part of this quarter's review has actually been to redeploy some of the risks around the organisation, and that's proved a good exercise in providing a fresh update from officers that are directing the risks on a more day-to-day basis. So I think we'll always be looking at ways of enhancing both the reporting and the refreshment of risks. And I think we need to maintain the context that they are dynamic documents, and you know, the more movement we see in future demonstrates the fact that they are routinely being updated, and we are thinking about changes in risks. Thank you.
And I think I would just add very briefly to that, the history and evolution of this Audit and Governance Committee has always been very supportive of the risk function, so much so that we introduced a separate risk register at the outset of COVID, which we later integrated into the corporate risk register, so that we were able to see it on its own when it was really critical, and then not to lose touch with it in the longer term by incorporating it so that it was constantly there in front of us. So I think we've been pretty proactive in encouraging officers to do that, and I think that worked very well for us. Chief Executive.
Thank you. Just to add, Fiona and I have a call, I think it's once a month, isn't it, Fiona? It feels like it comes really more often than that, but it's once a month, specifically to go through the risks for which I am the corporate risk owner. No, she does that then with the other corporate risk owners. So there's a scheduled call every month to update that. We've also now got updating the corporate risks on as a regular item on our corporate management board because things have been changing recently, more rapidly than normal. And of course, the regular reports to Audit and Governance Committee mean that we are also making sure we've got a formal update. So it's probably the most proactive I have seen in terms of managing a corporate risk register through the corporate management board for some time. And I think Fiona, I have to say, has really risen to that challenge and is driving it really strongly throughout the council. So I hope that would help to reassure the members.
Yeah, it's been very, very impressive actually. Councillor Brown. Sorry, did you want to come back again, Councillor? Oh, sorry, I must have missed that.
I'll ask them. Okay. Was that for the whole? Was that for the whole? Okay, sorry.
I don't know because I didn't see when your mic went off. I was looking at the report.
Fiona, did you hear anything of what I said or not?
Apologies, no, I didn't. For some reason there was no sound on Teams
Yeah,
here.
that I must have failed to hit the button properly. Very quickly, is this report a report from officers, or is it influenced by the comments of the administration? And the second question was in relation to the climate change risk, and it says there, the first item in near future key actions, quantify, qualify climate risk, target date for completion, Q4 21-22, which is in the past. And so what is this? What is actually what? How is that appearing there as a past action date?
So, Ms. Manton, just before you respond on the first question, I would like to remind the committee that a number of those risks have been brought forward by the Audit Governance Committee. So yes, there has been member influence in this, but it's been members on this committee. I can't speak for the administration, obviously, and no doubt Ms. Manton will answer that part of your question. Ms. Manton.
Thank you, through you, Chair. The updates I receive are from the risk owners on each occasion. So as the risk owner is named for each risk, that would be the party I receive an update from in relation to each of the individual risks. Obviously, they may further be informed by other officers within the council who support the management of individual risks. In relation to climate change risk, I suspect that is an error. If it's possible, I'll take that question away from this meeting and respond separately to check the date of that particular update.
And when you do, Ms. Manton, can you make sure that you copy in all members of the committee, please? Thank you very much. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Chair. In light of the hour, I'll keep it very brief. There's obviously a lot of sort of important information in here and a lot of sort of corporate risks that we need to pay attention to. But just a quick question about one which is probably not sort of top of the list
when you look through all of these, and that's about cyber security. I've worked with a client that manages critical national infrastructure, and they've experienced massive sort of cyber attacks, and they have to sort of really have leading edge sort of protection and security against that, obviously being national infrastructure, especially in light of the sort of geopolitical situation that we've got at the moment. Do we experience much in the way of cyber attacks? I appreciate we're not sort of critical national infrastructure really, but you know, through transformation we'll be much more digitally dependent. Are we experiencing more issues and more problems and more cyber attacks that we need to sort of be upping our game on that and making sure that we are doing as much as we can?
Ms. Benson?
Thank you, through you, Chair. I can take that question away and answer it. I'm not in a position to confirm either way. What I would say is that we have been looking at this risk quite closely and reviewing the net risk score because of the external environment. I think during the next quarter we'll certainly be updating the risk more in terms of the exposure. Whether that includes an increase in the net risk score will be determined by the risk lead, but certainly it's on my agenda as one that needs perhaps a more significant challenge.
Thank you very much. Councillor Cott.
Just quickly, in terms of our ability to do a balanced budget, we've just obviously had a financial sustainability report from the auditors, and I think that was this month, so this may not have hit this quarter. I'm just struck by that none of the risks have moved; they've all stayed the same, and yet that to me is a fairly big risk that should have moved. So I'll be just interested in your comments on that. Well, that may be further as well.
Ms. Manson?
Thank you, Chair. The construction or the update on this risk was undertaken obviously prior to the meeting last week. Although a lot of the information obviously it will be as current as it was when the report was prepared. The risk scores are reviewed each quarter, so obviously they can be changed, but obviously it would be to the determination of the risk lead to decide whether the position had changed material enough to warrant the score to be increased or any movement.
Mr. Richards?
Yeah, I think just to emphasise, if we look at the risk scores, the gross score is the maximum. I don't think we can get that any higher. So, you know, the current net score is just slightly lower than that, because I think if we're in that maximum category, I think we would probably be in more of a statutory intervention kind of position. And clearly the target score is something that we hope to achieve through the action and the positive action of this council going forward.
Mr. Richards. Any other questions from members? No. In that case, can we go to the recommendation, which again is a recommendation to note the update provided in this report relating to corporate risks. Can we agree to note? Thank you, members. Ms. Menton, thank you very much indeed for attending and being so relatively brief. Sorry to have kept you up to this late hour on council work. Very much appreciated, and we look forward to your next quarterly report in due course. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Members, that takes us on now to item 13 on the agenda, which is internal audit, the quarterly audit plan update, and that will be presented by Mr. Stannard, Head of Audit and Management Assurance. Mr. Stannard.
Thank you, Chair. This report covers the delivery of the current year audit plan, and I'm happy to tell you, and hopefully you can see through this report, that the audit plan is progressing really well. I have no concerns over issues such as the need to report a limitation of opinion, which you may remember last year I had a distinct possibility that I might have to because of auditors being taken off things associated with COVID and government grant requirements associated with COVID. So we're in a much better position audit-wise than the last 2 years. Of the audits completed in the quarter, that's at table 4, that all have a reasonable audit opinion. I really want to take the opportunity just to emphasise a point that I quite often make, and this is about the scope of audit. So I'm going to use line 1 of that table, SEND, children with special educational needs, as a really good example of this, because obviously we've had Ofsted reports that have said our SEND provision is in need of improvement. So what internal auditor are not saying there is SEND is now reasonable in our opinion. We are adding value to the Ofsted findings, so we have quite a narrow scope in that particular audit around the adequacy and robustness of the plan that management have put in place to address those issues. So we are giving assurance to management that in our opinion their plan is reasonable, and obviously that's got me thinking that this presentation is not always, this presentation style doesn't always give you that information. So what I'm going to introduce from the next quarter is to try and introduce some words just below the audit title to try and give you a clue of what the scope is, so readers don't get that false impression that we're giving a, you know, clean bill of health top to bottom of every single you know, those titles. So hope you think that that's a good idea. And then finally, in terms of bringing things to your attention, the longer waited in the profession SIPFA document called Internal Audit Untapped Potential, I have to say a bit underwhelmed by that document when it came out. We have benchmarked ourselves using the checklist, and we've attempted to do that at Appendix A. And yes, it's identified a few areas for improvement, but that document was a little bit weak from SIPFA, frankly. So, you know, there are some issues for us there, but no standout issues from my perspective. So happy to take any questions on the report, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Stannard. Members, any questions for Mr. Stannard? Councillor Cox?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. It was really about the what you just highlighted in terms of SEND, because clearly we've got a budgeted saving of £750,000 from SEND next year, and it struck me that were you taking that into account when you were looking at your report?
Stannard?
The scope of this particular audit was almost a non-financial audit. It was the quality and robustness of the plan that is in place to try and improve the SEN arrangements. So things like the tangible evidence that's being provided to management to evidence those improvements. Are they good enough? So those were the sort of things that we looked at in that particular quite narrow scope audit.
Mr. Cox?
Thanks. So I appreciate that. So you were looking at the plan, but I don't think it's probably an unfair question, but were they aware, or were you aware that there was, you know, potentially coming down the line of several £750,000, and therefore that might, no matter what the plan is, it's not going to be possible to deliver it because of financial resources that may not be there.
I have to admit that I don't know that level of detail to be able to say that here and now, Councillor Cox. You know, those issues were not highlighted to us in the audit, and I would expect management to, you know, raise those with us if they were concerned, frankly. So I can take that away and have and try and give you a more appropriate answer, but those are my immediate thoughts.
Councillor Phipps?
2022-23 audit plan changes, finance. basically postponed to 23, 24. Can you just explain that, please?
Stannard?
Sorry, it's
Sorry, is that line 2, Councillor Phipps?
yeah, line 2, finance, yeah, and
yeah. So that's just the service area. So the audit is the business continuity. So what we're doing there is the core business continuity key assurance audit has been completed. So what that audit is a specific deep dive into the finance business continuity plan to see if it is appropriate and fit for purpose. Because we've already done a lot of the work in the core business key assurance audit, we felt that it was least worst option. I think we've used that phrase in this meeting. So we've got to make some changes to the audit plan because of things like overrun on some audits where we found issues, and there are only so many audit days in the audit plan, so we've got to take some days from somewhere, and that was the least worst place to take it, in my judgment.
Members, if you have no other questions, can we just go to the recommendation, which is to note the progress made and issues arising on the delivery of the 2022-23 internal audit plan. Can we agree to note? Thank you, members, and can I thank Mr. Stannard for the huge amount of work that goes into this and the confidence, I think I can say, that this committee has in the work of internal audit. And we note the improvement in the situation as far as you're concerned over previous reports that you've given to us verbally. So thank you very much indeed for that. Turning to item 14, which is the board plan refresh. Members, I don't think this is likely to take a very long time, but I think I should remind you that, of course, we are constrained in the number of meetings looking forward, and we've been brought back, I think, through the Chief Executive in terms of how far into the current year, the current council year, we are able to go. Consequently, we're not meeting in April. That has meant that we've had to rejig coming back into March, February and January with items that might have been spread out over a longer period. So we're constrained there, hence part of the reason for moving along so quickly with the constitutional review issues. We do have a meeting in December, which is an extra meeting, and of course we don't know yet whether we'll be hearing from our external auditors with any kind of conclusion at that stage. History, I think, suggests that we might not. So we're being squeezed, if you like, into slightly shorter time scale with still quite a lot of work to do. I wonder, Mr. Stannard, if there's anything you'd like to add about this forward plan this evening.
I think the only thing from my perspective, Chair, that would be really helpful, and we discussed this at your briefing, would be to be really clear what members require from the risk management arrangement review in December, and where we could almost agree through an email with the committee exactly what would be on that in that paper or presentation or whatever is required.
So I think for the purposes of this evening, I hinted at it earlier on when I spoke regarding an item that Councillor Phipps had brought up. Quite happy to do that by email across the committee. I want to get value out of the item when we get to December. I don't want us to look at every corporate risk in the way that we might normally at an AMG meeting, but I don't want to curtail debate either. But it is an opportunity for a greater degree of detail, perhaps, around some of them, but most particularly those that we think require that extra work. So, Councillor Phipps, would you like to raise the one that you have, and we can put that onto the list?
Specifically, is the transformation programme. Because I just think the information that we're given, it's there, but it's just in so many different reports, and it needs to all be put together so you can actually see the picture. Because I don't think it's obvious, certainly not obvious to me, and I just think the general public wouldn't have a clue, quite frankly. It's I don't want to say smoke and mirrors. That's not really quite right, but you just can't see it, and we need to have clarity. And so I would like to see that come forward, please.
I think the requirement for clarity is the absolutely right word to be using. I wonder, Chief Executive, would that present any difficulties in us being able to deal with that item in that way, do you think, in December?
I think we can certainly bring something, we'll bring as much as we can to December. I think that'll be fine. I wonder whether I should liaise with Councillor Phipps outside of the meeting about your particular, or how we can articulate that best for you so that we make sure we bring something that meets the Councillor's agenda.
Councillor Phipps?
Yeah, I mean, I did send an email around which went to all committee members, and I think Table 2 gave some sort of brief, draft chart or whatever, just an indication of the sort of thing that's, would be helpful. So I think if you based it on that, I mean, you might want to change it a bit, but I think those are the items that need to be included on one chart so you can actually see what's going on.
I'm happy to have a go at that, Joe, if that's helpful. I don't know, Councillor Phipps, if you could forward me that email just so it's at the top of my inbox.
You've got it.
It's not in my inbox at the moment. I will have a look in my audit committee file and see if I can find it. Okay.
Everybody was included in it. I think, in fact, the one person I'm very sorry I missed off was I apologise.
Well, it might be helpful, Councillor Phipps, if in addition to forwarding it to the Chief Executive and to Mr Stannard and possibly to myself and Vice Chairman, if you could add, if you could add to it anything that really focuses in on our discussion on the 1st of December. So rather than just being wider than that, I think getting to the key issues in there would be a helpful guidance so that we can make sure we make the best use of the time. That's the point I'm making. And I think that's where I'm trying to get to with any items that come up tonight. Mr Richards.
Just to help, if I can just clarify the position, I think Councillor Phipps sent me an email with regards to transformation with some detailed requests, a bit of a submission of a paper. I think I responded to that prior to the meeting last week. I think following that meeting last week, Councillor Phipps has reissued that to me with some additional questions and asked me to then respond. Clearly, that's quite an intensive piece of work, and I've already indicated to the councillor that I will endeavour to respond as soon as humanly possible.
I'm familiar with that follow-up email, but I just think it might be helpful to focus, as much to help focus officers on specifically which bits of it that we need to concentrate on.
Actually, the attachment does do that. If you'd like to look at the attachment in Table 2, it specifically states the sort of thing we'd like to see, but I don't know what more I can do, but I'm happy to have another go. But okay. I have already sent it to everybody on the committee, and please look at the attachment, because that's where the questions were. Mr. Richard is absolutely right. I did send something to him before the meeting, and then I reissued it differently and with additional questions and said, I think it would be helpful if you send responses to all the committee members, because that's what you asked me to do, to include all of the committee, because previously I hadn't. But the attachment is where the specific detail lies, not just in the email. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Howe.
Yeah, I'd like us to look at the climate change one that I mentioned earlier, because I feel this is obviously an issue of extreme importance and urgency, but there's waiting to see what Fiona comes back with, but it seems that it's slipping, the quantification, etc. And I'm very concerned that we are not really informing our residents of the parameters of the effects that could result for our area. We're a coastal area that's going to be under a particular threat, so I'd like us to be looking at that.
So members, do you think if you go away from this meeting and think about whether there are any others, I'm not looking for there to be too many because we won't be able to give adequate time to them, And then if you have got any, could you email them in, please? And obviously, I will do likewise by going through the risk register and seeing for any that I think should come forward in the same way. Anything else on the forward plan update, Mr. Stannard? It is pretty much what it is, I think. So can we agree, members? Could we perhaps suggest by what, the end of next week? For any suggestions, any additional suggestions? Would that suit?
Yeah, it is additional. I don't need to email that.
No. I meant in addition to the two that have been raised: climate change, transformation. So, if by the end of next week, could I suggest that you send them to me, but you copy Mr. Stannard and all members of the committee and other officers as appropriate. Councillor Phipps.
I just wanted to mention just yet again, and I know I mentioned it last time, we still don't have the parks coming back. We looked at that last year. The second time we came up was December 2021, where it was agreed that some money would be put into the situation and a report was going to come back from the monitoring officers dealing with it, and we're still, well, it's not on there on forward plan, so presumably it's going to be after elections. It seems to have gone away somewhere, so that was all. So I thought I'd mention it again. Thank you.
I don't know whether anybody from Democratic Services can help me on that. No. Would you be able to look at it from previous minutes or anything like that?
Sorry, December 2021, Audit and Governance. It was agreed that this report or whatever was going to happen and was going to come back. That's how I saw it anyway. But anyway, if you just want to have a look at that, thank you.
Mr. Jones.
Chairman, yes, certainly we can take that away and have a look at it and then update members.
Thanks very much. I'd be very grateful if you would. Thank you. So, members, on to item 15 on the agenda, which is the final item on the agenda, and it's on. It's the annual report of internal audit, counter fraud work, and whistleblowing referrals for 2021-22. There's a reason why it's the last item on here, because there is a confidential appendix to the report. If members are not going to be referring to any detail in the confidential part of the report, then we don't need to go into closed session. So we'll keep this above the line until or unless you give me due warning that you want to go there. So the report is going to be introduced by Mr. Stannard, the Head of Audit and Management Assurance. Mr. Stannard.
Thank you, Chair. Two introductory points, first of all. Every alleged or identified fraud or financial irregularity, however small in this council, is proportionally investigated by internal audit, or it's agreed with me who will investigate if other options are more appropriate. Further, to explain why you're receiving this report for 21-22 some 7 months after year end, I found for experience in working in the previous legacy councils that bringing this paper any earlier would mean a lot of the issues, particularly in the confidential appendix, would be unresolved. Inherently, matters involving allegations of fraud or error or irregularity do take time to unpick. So that's why we bring this slightly later than you might intuitively think. So now just some issues to highlight within the report. First of all, paragraph 3. I hope you agree that the method of annually evolving the key policies to prevent and detect fraud is working well. And I propose to bring those evolutions to this committee, as we have been doing, for you to be able to look at before the new financial year, for those policies to become live from that new year. At the bottom of page 244, there's mention of the National Fraud Initiative. that is a mandatory exercise that the council must participate in. And essentially it's a data matching exercise from sources such as electoral rolls and credit reference agency, council tax records, etc. The outcome of that participation is shown in the report. The outcome of our targeted fraud work is shown in the table at the top of page 245. But just to remember, I have already reported these to you through our quarterly monitoring. So this being an annual report, I'm just showing those for completeness. Paragraph 4 onwards then explains the ongoing counter fraud work we do routinely, and these are mainly concentrated in the housing area. So this is where internal audit are involved in every right to buy application, every housing application, and we help to determine the legitimacy of the request. And then paragraph 10 provides you with details of our Transparency Code annual publication that we must put on our website. And then finally, Chair, you've intimated if it suits members and they have got a question on the confidential appendix, I'm very happy to take those questions by email and to email the answers to the whole committee if that's easier.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Stannard. Members, do you have any questions? Councillor Cox.
Can I ask how many reports are made to the NCA?
That's the National Crime Agency. Mr. Stannard.
I cannot tell you that figure off the top of my head. Obviously, of the 206 that are shown in the, there is probably less than 50, but I can give you the exact figure, because this is where we're required. These are where we're the definition of fraud. We must report fraud not to local police, goes up to the national agency, and then the national agency divvy it down to whatever force is required to. So yeah.
I just think it's I have to report. I have to make reports to the NCA on a regular basis, and I actually account for it how many I do every year. So it'd be interesting as part of your statistics if there was a notification as to how many reports were given to the NCA to monitor it.
I can take that request on board, and I can build that into next year's reporting, but give Councillor Cox and the rest of the committee the numbers for this year.
Certainly, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you very much. Councillor Brown.
Yeah, just a couple of quick comments. I'm really pleased to see where it talks about culture, the significant increase in the e-learning that staff have been doing, so that a large number of officers have now at least done the sort of basic fraud awareness training. I think that's a really good step forward. Pleased to see back where it talks about the National Fraud Initiative and the council tax single person discounts, which were sort of queried, and the savings from that. I won't go into the detail of what's in the confidential appendix, but it's interesting to see the number of fraudulent COVID grant applications which have been sort of intercepted, and also potential bank mandate frauds which have been prevented. The authorities there. You're welcome.
Councillor Howell.
Thank you. I'm a bit confused by the different agencies that we have to report to, and whether I'm wondering whether we have any feedback about whether any actions have taken against the people who we refer, and I'm interested in the relationships between the grants that we've been giving out and this the grants that are subject to a lot of national discussion that supposedly the government gets decided to knock off the business grants that created shell companies and stuff, and yes, we're not thinking about it. That was all channeled. That was a different scheme that was nothing to do with the local authorities. I'm just wondering if whether action is being taken at any level.
Yeah, Councillor Howe, you're correct. The widely publicised write-off figures is the government scheme that was done through banks, basically. So yeah, that was not done through the council. Councillor Brown alluded to the fact that a lot of our preemptive work that internal audit did in 2021 and 21-22 did prevent an awful lot of COVID grant fraud. You know, I think there's at least 20 on that schedule that we prevented. And then in terms of the reporting, frankly, the only way we would know the outcome of an NCA reported incident, for example, would be to hear something in the press, local or national. We're not told. Occasionally journals such as Municipal Journal, if there was a fraud affecting lots of local authorities, a similar fraud, that would be another source, but there's no way of routinely or asking, you can't go to them and say, can you tell us what happened on that one?
But presumably, if it went to trial, you would have needed to be called to give evidence. So would that be the case?
Richards?
Yeah, I just can help. I received some kind of transmission from the BIS, the government department, earlier in the week that gave some initial estimates that they had come up with regards to the fraud and error on the schemes that local authorities were processing. And if I just give you the headings and the percentages, that gives you probably a feel for it. The LRSG grant was 0.5%, so less than 0.5%. The Restart grant was 0.5%. The ARG grant was 1.6%, and the OHLG grant, wherever that was, 1.3%. Those percentages are incredibly low, I think, compared to the percentage rates that I think caught the headlines, where the banks were giving out COVID loans to director companies through whatever the mechanism that the government had set up, which didn't involve local authorities. So clearly, where they involved local authorities, a significantly lower percentage of fraud and error based on their current estimates anyway.
Councillor Brown.
Yeah, just a quick comment. It talks in the report about obviously culture, deterrence, prevention, detection. Just in terms of detection, yeah, I think to me this is a bit of a good news story. The work's going on, it's hidden away and the public don't necessarily realise. And there's a lot of public sort of scepticism about sort of financial management in councils and the responsibility. And I don't know whether we put lots of press releases out. Why we can't put a press release out saying that due to the diligent work of our finance officers, we've detected and prevented X hundred thousands of pounds of losses of council tax funds and government funds and public purse. It acts as a deterrent as well. If you can give the sorts of examples, that we're not just sitting there paying out money. We actually are taking care of the public purse. So just a thought.
I'll leave that thought with Mr. Stannard and Corporate Communications. Thank you, Councillor Brown. So, members, have I exhausted your questions on this and every other item? I'm pleased to hear that. Could I take us to the recommendations, which are, again, for noting that A, the count of fraud work and investigations carried out by internal audit during 21-22, and B, the whistleblowing referrals received during 2021-22 be noted. Can we so note, please, members? Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed to the officers, both online and currently in the room, for your fortitude this evening. Very much appreciated. And thank you, members, and indeed members of the public, for staying the course and completing the agenda this evening. And I close this meeting of the Audit and Governance Committee at 22:43. Good night, everybody.